All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salim, and Yakut Krasnitsy. Thank you, Your Honors.
I know you have a matter you want to correct, and we'll do that in just a minute. Let me finish the preliminary matters first, and then we'll give you the floor. As indicated, first of all, the accused are all present in court. Before we start, as indicated yesterday, the panel would like to hear from the Thaçi defense regarding any updates in terms of witnesses for the next block, and from the other defense teams and the SPO and Victims Counsel regarding their time estimates for cross-examination. So let me start with the Thaçi defense.
Yes, Mr. President, if I could just have 1 minute, I just need
Yes.
to look up the witness codes. Yes, Your Honor, we can announce that we have received clearance for 1DW008 and 1DW010 have been cleared. We anticipate filing and disclosing summaries of their evidence this week, hopefully by tomorrow. Thank you.
As to the rest of the witnesses,
We have one witness left for whom we are seeking clearance, and that witness is 1DW007, and I am told that clearance for that witness is imminent.
my question is, do you intend to call all of them?
Yes.
And do you think you still have time to finish those by the end of October?
Well, I think we have until, right. We do believe so, but obviously there's some factors there. You know, we have a pending motion with respect to one witness. Whether he complies or whether that's able to be effectuated will affect how we schedule things. There's now a second witness that we discussed yesterday. Depending on how that resolves itself, that may leave also some additional time. So we will notify all of our remaining witnesses for that block with the intention of finishing them in that block.
Thank you. Let me just ask the rest of the defense teams concerning their cross-examination. And
Yes, thank you, Honours. I can say that in relation to the witnesses who we are aware of, in other words, we have disclosure so far, that the estimates remain as is. But your Honours will know that as the prep notes come in, we have diligently then re-looked at what the issues are to reduce, and we'll do that as soon as we're able to, if we're able to.
as for all of you, please do that as quickly as you can, because it has a huge impact on the Thaçi defense, who is leading witnesses at this time, on getting backup witnesses, and we'll deal with that in just a minute. So please be as efficient as possible in amending your estimates as soon as you know of what you're going to do.
Yes, Your Honours, we will do so. Much, as I'm sure you can appreciate, does depend on the final proofing and documents that come through and the evidence that is going to be led in that way. But we will be as efficient as possible. With regard to the remaining 3 new witnesses, we have to wait to see what the evidence is, but we'll look to streamline it as far as we can and as quickly as possible as soon as that does get disclosed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honours.
Mr. Tully?
Thank you, Your Honour. We are of the same position, and as soon as we get the statements from the new witnesses, we'll update the panel accordingly. Thank you.
Fine. Mr. Ellis?
Yes, I think we're in the same position as well, Your Honour.
And you still intend to call the same witnesses that you have previously noted?
Yeah, we're keeping it under review as the evidence comes in, but yes.
At this time, yes.
At this time, yes.
Thank you very much. SPO?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one clarification. There was one more witness, WO4174, for which a clearance was expected. Is there an update on that?
Yes, we are still awaiting clearance on that one. So that one is under consideration by our team, and we will get back to the panel on that one.
Thank you. Two additional points. No, you cleared one already. Well, thank you for your answers, everybody. Please, as I said, please try to keep us up to date on this because we have some fairly fast approaching deadlines that we would like to keep in order to have the evidence portion wrapped up on November 14th as planned. And I know it's challenging, but it's going to take everybody's cooperation.
Mr. President, if I may just...
Just a second. Let me finish up first. I would also remind the defense that there should be no gaps in court schedule for the remaining weeks. For this reason, the Krasniqi defense, as I just said, should be ready to start with its case as soon as the Thaçi defense is finished. And that should be fairly easy to figure out when it's going to happen. Now, Mr. Misitich.
You've raised a point about the schedule or the timeline the panel has indicated as, I think, at least as a preliminary matter, and I think all four defense teams would like to be heard on that at some point if we have time this week.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, you can bring the witness in. Oh, you had your correction, too. I'm sorry. I forgot about it.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. President. Just as a housekeeping matter, and we've sent an email to all parties and participants in the panel with respect to now admitted Exhibit 1D 003398. Due to an oversight in our Rule 154 motion F03410, associated Exhibit 14 was erroneously listed as including page numbers DHT 05110 to DHT 05110 instead of DHT 05110 to DHT 05112. We would like to add the missing 2 pages of that panel, and we understand the SPO has no objection.
Correct statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, it will be added then.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Now, Madam Court Officer, you can bring the witness in. Good morning, Mr. Colby.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Today, we're going to continue your testimony. We're to the point that the SPO will be beginning a cross-examination of you. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will attempt to clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone. And please wait 5 seconds before answering a question and then speak at a slow pace so the interpreters can catch up. If you feel the need to take a break at any time, please let us know and we will accommodate you. We begin now with the questions from the SPO. Please give them your attention. The CUDC.
Good morning, Mr. Colby.
Good morning, Counsel.
My name is Vega Iodice, and I will be asking you questions on behalf of the SPO. I will be asking you mostly yes and no questions, and I kindly ask you to please keep your answer focused. So first of all, I would like to start with some preliminary questions about your role as PD SRSG. You were appointed in June 1999. Do you recall the exact date?
No.
Thank you. And of course, whenever you don't remember something, it's completely fine to say so. And you arrived in Kosovo on 15th of July, 1999. Yes?
Yes, that I do remember.
Thank you. And as a principal deputy to the SRSG, did you receive briefings from the other pillars of the mission?
At that moment, the pillars did not really exist.
Right, throughout your time as PD SRSG?
Yes.
Thank you. And did you normally review reports issued by other international organizations working there, such as the OSCE?
Well, the OSCE was intended to be one of the pillars of UNMIC, so we wouldn't have thought of it as a separate organization.
Thank you. And did you stand in for the SRSG when he was absent?
Yes.
And as you noted yesterday, you regularly reviewed correspondence issued by the SRSG office, right?
I regularly saw correspondence, yes.
Yes. And you also approved cables issued by the SRSG office when the SRSG was not available, right?
Yes.
And those cables that you approved would bear your initials, is that correct?
Yes.
And in minutes and cables, you were always referred as PD SRSG, right?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And the acronym DSRSG would be designating the other deputies, right?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. In your statement, you mentioned that the SRSG had an excellent relationship, that you and the SRSG had an excellent relationship, and that you would quickly brief each other when one of you wasn't present at the meeting. That's correct, right?
Generally correct, yes.
In paragraph 11 of your statement, you mentioned the book that you co-authored, which was also shown to you during your preparation session. Can we please bring up ERN SPOE 00397775 to 0039 7846.
The interpreters kindly ask the council to slow down.
This is the book you co-authored, right?
Yes.
And if we can please go to PDF page 3. This was published, it shows here that it was published in 2005, right?
Yes.
And you authored 2 chapters, but you were also one of the editors.
To a much more limited extent.
Okay.
And it depended which chapter we're talking about and which author.
Thank you. And you have been using this book as a textbook for the past 15 years while you've been teaching.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, I will be using several pages of this book throughout the examination. I was wondering if I could make, and I intend to tender each page that I show to the witness at the end. I was wondering if it's best for books like this, if I do the tender at the end of the cross-examination so that I do it at once rather than each time.
If you're finished with the page, I'd rather you tendered it at that time.
Okay. So I will be, I would like to tender the first, the cover page and the first 3 pages of the book.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection is shown. First three pages?
Yes.
First 3 pages of SPO E00397775 to 397846 is admitted, or are admitted.
And they will be assigned exhibit number P04496, and it's currently classified as confidential.
It can be public.
Reclassified as public, and I would suggest that additional pages you use a .1, .2, .3, so it would be under one heading.
Perfect, Your Honor. Thank you. Okay. And we can leave the book up for a second. You described KFOR Commander Jackson, the KFOR commander at the time you arrived, as seasoned as savvy in your statement. And yesterday you said that both you and Kushner had regular meetings with Jackson, correct?
Yes, I would add to that I already knew Jackson quite well from my experience in Bosnia when he was at the headquarters in Banja Luka.
Thank you. So if we could please go to PDF pages 26 and 27 of the book. These are ERN SPOE 00397800 and 7801. Here you have described how Kushner and General Jackson had a good personal chemistry and how that was a major asset. Now, if we can focus on the last paragraph of the book, page 81, which is the second page on the screen. Yes. Thank you. Here you stated the good personal chemistry between SRSG, Bernard Kouchner, and General Michael Jackson was a major asset. And then further down you said, they also understood, however, that KFOR could not succeed in its overall mission without the political process succeeding over the longer term. The military commander had to contribute unstintingly to the political effort to achieve the common goals of the mission.
Is that on the screen, Mr. President?
It's not.
If the witness could be shown it on the
Next
screen.
page, I think.
Yeah, if we can go to the next page, sorry. Yeah, it's at the top of that page. Collaboration was both in the mandate and in the mindset of the mission's civilian and military leadership. This was your description of the relationship, correct?
Yes, can I elaborate a little?
Yes, I might be asking you more questions about this later, so maybe we can go back to it later if I haven't
Well, I
addressed
want to
it.
emphasize that it was not an accident that the relationship between the civil and the military arms of the mission were very different in Kosovo than in Bosnia. And this will only take a moment. General Jackson, upon Kushner's arrival, I believe it's a matter of public record, said something, this is not quite a quote, but it's very close. He said, now KFOR can assume its rightful role in this mission in support of the political process.
Thank you. I would like to tender pages SPOE 0039, 7800, and 7801 into evidence.
Those 2 pages will be admitted and be marked as an exhibit with the decimal point 1.
Thank you, Your Honors. In that case, it will be P04496.1, classified as public. If my understanding is is correct, that we should keep. Thank you.
Jackson stopped being KFOR commander in October 1999, and he was replaced by General Klaus Reinhard, correct?
Yes.
And General
I'm taking those dates as given. I don't have the dates.
That's fine. Do you recall if General Reinhard stayed as commander for about 6 months until mid-April 2000?
That would be my, approximately, yes.
Thank you. And the excellent working relationship that you and Kushner had with Jackson continued with General Reinhard, correct?
I would, yes, yeah.
Thank you. Now, if we could please have SPOE 40015-904 to 40016-230. And its English translation with the ending revised partial combined. Could we please go to the second PDF page on the original? and stay on the same page with
Ms.
the English.
Iudice, is this still part of the book?
It's a different book. So this is the book, a book published by General Reinhard, KFOR Troops for Peace, Diary Notes of a German Commander in Kosovo. Are you familiar with this book?
No.
If we could please go to page 5 of the PDF, and that's SPOE 4001599. And this in the original will be PDF page 26. So if you can focus on the bottom part of the first book page in English, yes. Here, General Reinhard is describing his first visit with you. He writes, "We paid our first official visit to Bernard Kouchner and his deputy."
Sorry, could we get the right part of the page to the witness?
Sorry. The English part is on the other side, the bottom of the, yeah. Thank you. We paid our first official visit to Bernard Kouchner and his deputy, Joe Covey. Covey would prove to be a calming influence in all difficult situations and a savvy expert in negotiations with the UN in New York, and also with, thank you, politicians in Pristina. He had gained experience in Sarajevo and previously as US envoy in Berlin, so nothing could easily throw him off balance. And then if we can scroll down to the last paragraph on this page, yes, where it says, "I told Kouchner." Here, he notes how he subordinated KFOR to Kouchner's wishes, how important it was to have a common position to achieve the goals of the international community, and how they never allowed themselves to be divided. I presume you agree with this, correct?
Generally, yes.
Thank you. If we could now go to PDF page 101 of the original and PDF page 27 of the English, and that is SPOE 400160004. Do you recognize, I'll wait until the English is up. Yeah, for the English, it's just the caption of that, yeah. Do you recognize Kouchner and Reinhard in
Yes.
this photo?
Yes. And he calls him his twin brother.
Exactly. Thank you. I'd like to tender these pages into evidence. These are SPOE 40015-905, 40016-004, 40015-929.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, Your Honors. Those pages will be assigned exhibit number B04497, and its current classification is public. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, could we please bring up SPOE 00403545 to 00403566, and its English translation. This is a book written by Dr. Kushner called The Warriors of Peace. Are you familiar with it?
Yes, in fact, I recently purchased a copy, but it seems to be available to me only in French, so I have not read it at all. I'm impressed that you have a translation.
Thank you. If we can please go to PDF page 3 of the original, and that is SPOE 00403547. You can please zoom in on the editorial details on the bottom. Yeah. This shows that it was published in 2004. It's only in the French version. Do you see that?
Do I see the publication date?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And if we can please move to PDF page 11 in both languages. That is SPOE 00403555. Here, if we can zoom in on the English. Here, at the second paragraph in English, Kushner writes about his cooperation with General Reinhardt, saying, "We always reacted together, civilians and soldiers mixed. There was no question of shifting the blame onto one another." And then he says, "We were presented as the twin brothers of this mission. Not a single important decision was made without the consent of both leaders." I presume you generally agree also with this assessment by Mr. Kushner, correct?
Please, you're a little soft in your microphone, if you could.
Yes, I'll try to speak up, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe we could put his volume up,
Well,
or no?
volume. I found it. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Did you hear the passages that I read out?
No, could you do that again,
Thank
please?
you. So here it says, "We always reacted together, civilians and soldiers mixed. There was no question of shifting blame onto one another." And then he says, "We were presented as the twin brothers of this mission. Not a single important decision was made without the consent of both leaders." This is while he's speaking about his relationship with General Reinhardt.
Yes.
And I presume you agree with this.
In the main, yes.
Thank you. I would like to tender these pages into evidence. These are SPOE 00403545 to 3547, and then SPOE 00403555. That's the cover page plus this page.
The objection.
No objection.
SPOE 00403545 to 00403547, together with PDF page 3 and, I'm sorry, and page 11, which,
I can read again the ERN, Your Honor, if that helps. Yes.
Your Honor, I will repeat the last number because it was missed from the record. It is 00403555 together with SPOE 00403545 to 47 will be assigned exhibit number P04498, currently classified as confidential.
it can be public, I take it? Ms. Idicia?
Yes. I also tendered page ending 403555, which is this page.
He said 4:30.
It's admitted.
He said
Okay,
that.
thank you, sorry.
So this will be reclassified as public.
Now, in your statement, at paragraph 17, you briefly mentioned the mandate of the Security Council Resolution 1244, and I just want to quickly go through it with you. So, if we can please bring up 1D 00078. So this is the resolution that I'm sure you know very well. If we can please go to PDF page 2 and focus on the paragraph right above point 1. Yeah. This is this paragraph states that the Security Council is acting under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. And this is the chapter that allows for enforcement action in case of threats to peace, correct?
Yes.
And now if we can please go to the next page. And focus on, yes, paragraph 9 and the sub-paragraphs. Thank you. This section defines KFOR mandate, right?
Yes.
Including ensuring public safety and order until the international civil presence can take responsibility for this task. That's in C and D. Yes?
Yes.
And now if we can go to, at the bottom of the page, we can see paragraph 11, and that sets out the duties of the civil presence, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I'd like to talk about your knowledge of the KLA. You touched upon this in your statement and yesterday.
I'm sorry, my knowledge of?
The KLA, UCK.
Yep.
Do you know when the KLA came out publicly?
No.
And I take you're also not familiar with the contents of KLA regulations, are you?
No.
Are you familiar with the contents of any KLA order?
I don't believe so.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the roles of Azem Sula and Sokol Bashota?
No.
Did you ever hear about a prisoner exchange that took place in January 1999?
I'm not familiar. No.
Thank you. And
I hasten to add, at the time I was not directly involved in, I was at the time at the National Defense University working on a project that eventually became the book, that is something of a book for future practitioners, not specific to Kosovo. I was not following events in Kosovo as I had been when I was previously at the National Security Council. So, no, I was not familiar with those things.
thank you. And you also said during your preparation session that you don't know what PU stands for, correct?
I assumed that it meant paramilitary unit, but I'm not familiar with it.
Thank you. And now you described Hashim Thaçi in your statement as a non-combatant and his relationship with the KLA as tenuous or thread-like. So I want to ask you a few questions about your knowledge of Hashim Thaçi. You did know that he was that he had headed the entire Albanian delegation at Rambouillet, right?
I know that I know from the historical record that at the conclusion of Rambouillet, he had been designated the Prime Minister of the Provisional Government. I was not involved. As I said, I was at the university working on a different project. So I don't know under what auspices he was invited or what his role was in the internal discussions at Rambouillet.
Thank you. And you also knew that he had signed the undertaking.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know who the founders of the KLA were?
No.
And did you know about the role of the LPK in the creation of the KLA?
I can't say I'm familiar with that, no.
Thank you. Did you know who was designated by the LPK to create and build the KLA?
No.
Now, were you aware that the KLA had launched a synchronized attack using RPGs on several Serbian police stations in September 1997?
I'm trying to remember where I was at the time. I think I may have been aware of that.
Okay. I'll refresh your memory and see if you remember. Could we please bring up SPOE 00131751 to 00131857 and its English translation? And the English translation ERN is SPOE 00131824 to SPOE 00131857 ET. While we wait, did you know, if you remember, who brought into Kosovo those part of those RPGs just a month before those coordinated attacks?
No.
Thank you. If we can please, wait. If we can please go to page PDF 9 of the English. And that's PDF page 82 in the Albanian version. And there's, if we can focus on the last question on that page at the bottom. Yes. Here they're asking, this is an interview with Recep Selimi published in 2003. He was being asked about logistics and supplies for the KLA. And here he stated at the very end of the page, the last 3 lines, after those first 3 ones, 7 more RPGs were brought by Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Veseli in Jablanica in August 1997. So in terms of RPGs, and if we can please go to the next page. We had 11 of them. 3 additional ones came in other forms, and then we had 14 to prepare for the 14 actions of September 11, 1997. Until that day, we did not use any of them, even though we did have a need for using them. But we did not want the Serbs to take actions, since at the time we considered them to be a large weapon and wanted to take the Serbs by surprise, as we indeed did when we organized a very powerful and synchronized action in September 1997. We had 14 RPGs, and we carried out 14 actions. Had we had 20 RPGs, we would have had done 20 actions. Do you recall this event?
No.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to tender these 2 pages into evidence. And these are SPOE 00131832 and SPOE 00131833.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. We have an objection to this being tendered. On Monday of this week, the prosecution sent an email that copied the chamber stating incorrectly that seeking the admission of these documents, incorrectly stating that they had been authorized by the panel. And Mr. Roberts responded to that email the same day. And we remind the chamber that the SPO's case is closed at this point, and they had many weeks after the end of their case to tender documents that they felt were relevant to their case. And this is an attempt to reopen the case and improperly tender these documents through a witness who has said nothing about it, who says he does not know the incident and can add nothing to the document itself. Thank you.
May I respond, Your Honor?
If I can just put on the record, we joined the objection, and the witness provided no comment on it.
Your Honor, we do as well. I mean, this goes back to 1997. It's got nothing to do with his evidence in chief whatsoever. So we raise a question of relevance in respect of this witness's evidence as well.
Yes, Your Honor. The reason why we addressed this email inter partes was because while preparing for this witness, and we realized that these 2 pages had not been admitted. When we tendered the document we used this document with 4401. We tendered at the end. We tendered all the pages shown. We actually tendered the document in its entirety. Your Honors ruled on the 4th of December that the portions of the interviews which were put to the witness should meet the requirement for admissions. We, in good faith, believed that these pages had been admitted at the time, which is why we sent an email this week. We thought it was an error that they hadn't been admitted. However, we are now tendering them separately anyway, and the basis for admission in terms to relevancy goes directly to the evidence of this witness. This witness talked about the tenuous connection that Hashim Thaçi has with the KLA. Here we talk about a connection in 1997. He has talked about Hashim Thaçi not being a combatant. This shows that he was taking actively part in supplying logistics and arms to the KLA.
May I respond, Mr. President? The witness is only talking about in his evidence in chief from the time he arrived, so we're talking about July 1999, and this has no relevance to what he's talking about in terms of Mr. Thaçi's connection to the KLA. The witness did not say that he had any basis of knowledge of Mr. Thaçi's relationship to the KLA prior to his arrival, and certainly not in 1997.
With all due respect, Your Honor, this is Mr. Mišetić testifying because this part was never in the witness statement or led live. So I have a duty to fully explore what the witness has stated in his statement.
Sorry. Again, and I wanted to make an additional point. This all has to do with the fact that the panel's ruling earlier was actually quite clear that you were admitting one page, and that's why all four defense teams objected. Secondly, I don't think I've misstated anything. The witness was quite clear he wasn't commenting on things that he never saw himself, so I don't know what the misrepresentation is. And finally, I'd reiterate, he knows nothing about this. So there is nothing he's added to this, and if they wanted it in, it should have been bar tabled or something else.
Two pages will be admitted. It is clearly relevant. It deals with the issue of his knowledge of Mr. Thaçi and his role, we will, and it was raised by the direct examination by the defense. So we will admit it. Please assign a number to it.
Your Honor, if I may seek clarification, should we add these 2 pages to previously admitted document, which is P01883, or we should assign the new exhibit number?
Your Honor, our preference would be that they would be added to that exhibit.
Please add it to 1883.
Thank you, Your Honor. In that case, pages SPO 0013182 and 833 will be added to the P01883, and it's classified as public. Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may just ask for some time around the next break, either before or after, to put an objection on the record. A more general objection than the one I made, and I don't want to do it in front of the witness.
Thank you. Sorry for this break. Now, going back to your knowledge about Mr. Hashim Thaçi, you did know about the attack on the Adem Yashari compound, right?
Yes.
And did you know that it triggered an influx of people into Kosovo to serve in the KLA?
I was not yet following those developments closely. My role at the time at the NSC was focused on the implementation of the Dayton Accords. So the short answer is yes, aware, but the level of detail to which I was aware was limited.
Do you know of any professional soldiers who joined the KLA in the spring and summer of 1998?
No.
So you wouldn't know if they had to be authorized by anyone in the KLA before becoming part of it?
I don't think so, no.
Thank you. And did you know, have you ever heard about the takeover of Bardemade Belacevac mine by the KLA?
Not as you describe it, no, I'm not aware.
Have you ever heard if Hashim Thaçi was at that location, Belacevac Bardemade, while he was in KLA's hands?
No.
Thank you. I'll show you a short video before our break. Could we please bring up P01273 with the English transcript? Although it's we can just play the video, the transcript won't be needed. And if we can play it until 0034 timestamp. Thank you. The person who took the footage identified those armed KLA soldiers as Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Veseli, and this is at transcript page 16650 of 4th of June 2024. I take you have never seen this video, correct?
I have not.
Your Honor, this might be a good time for a break.
We'll give you a 10-minute break now, witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. All right, Mr. Covey, we'll continue with questions from the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Go ahead, Ms. Yajici.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of more questions about your general knowledge. Have you ever heard about the takeover of the town of Rahovec by the KLA?
I think I may have heard, but I could not provide any detail.
Okay. Have you ever heard about the Lapushnik battle?
I don't believe so.
Thank you. Now, could we please call up P02841 and its transcript, ET. And if we could please play the video.
Gathered in the town of Rahovec to greet Hashim Thaçi. The KLA's political leader and currently the most popular ethnic Albanian leader in Kosovo, Thaçi was led into town by 300 uniformed KLA fighters in a show of strength that drew enthusiastic approval from the crowd. On a day of commemoration for KLA soldiers who fell during fighting with Serb soldiers and police around Rahovec, this was a triumphant return. Our job is not yet done, Thaçi told the jubilant crowd. We have to be united more than ever for the independence of Kosovo, and the world must recognize our rights. Basking in the applause were KLA soldiers allowed by the local K4 commander to wear uniform and arm badges in honor of their fallen comrades. In a town bitterly divided between Albanians and Serbs, such open reminders of the war will not help to ease the wounds. Thaçi called for tolerance between the ethnic groups, a call this crowd may not yet be ready to hear.
This was in July 1999, on the 17th. You had just arrived. And this is how Hashim Thaçi was welcomed in Rahovec at the KLA commemoration. Did you know about this?
I note that he was described as the political leader. If we were aware, it would have been dimly, as this, you say it was the 17th? This was the 2 days after we had arrived.
Yes.
So it does not stand out clearly in my memory.
That's fine. Thank you. Now, can we please bring up SPOE 0039 7775 to 0039 7846, and this is your book again. If I can please go to PDF page 36, that is SPOE 0039 7810. And this is at the bottom of book page 100, so the first page on the screen. And then we'll go into the next page. Here, the last paragraph, you wrote, during Milosevic's decade-long oppression of the Albanian community, the LDK had maintained a remarkably sophisticated parallel apparatus that had run schools and hospitals and provided basic public services for the Albanian community. In the early 90s, however, some Albanian nationalists and student leaders began to see the LDK as a part of the Serb regime and Rugova as its tool. Many of those angry student leaders, including young Hashim Thaçi, eventually became key figures in the KLA. For them, the fact that Rugova met with Milosevic just before the war confirmed his role as a collaborator. These were your words in 2005, correct?
I note, if I may be precise, that I said became key figures in the KLA without describing their roles.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. Could I please tender this page into evidence?
Any objection?
No objection.
SPOE 00397810 is admitted.
We assigned exhibit number P004, pardon me, I'll start again, P04496.2, classified as public. Thank you, Your Honor.
In your statement to the defense, you confirmed that the first time you and Mr. Kushner saw Hashim Thaçi together in the same space with the regional commanders was at the final session of the JIC meeting in mid-September 1999. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Did you know about the KLA parade that was organized in Pristina on 18 September 1999?
I'm not bringing it clearly to mind.
Okay. I'll show you a video and see if you can remember. If we could please bring up 129412-08 and the transcript, which ends TRGTET. And if we could please play the video from 03:55 to 04:27. The relevant part of the transcript is on the screen.
Sie nannten es Siegesparade, doch Ihr erklärtes Ziel, die Unabhängigkeit, haben Sie bis jetzt nicht erreicht. 24 Stunden vor Ihrer Demilitarisierung paradierten heute knapp 2000 UÇK-Soldaten aus dem ganzen Land unter dem Jubel von 40.000 Kosovaren im Fußballstadion von Pristina. Es war Ihr letzter Auftritt in Uniform, denn ab Montag 0 Uhr gibt es die UÇK nicht mehr, wird sie umgewandelt in ein ziviles Kosovo-Korps. Die politische und militärische Führung betonte, dass es jetzt um die Demokratisierung des Landes, um Wahlen und ein Referendum gehe, damit die internationale Gemeinschaft eine unabhängige Republik Kosovo
Sorry, if you can
anerkenne.
please go back to 0427. And stop there. Do you recognize Hashim Thaçi in this frame?
Yeah, it looks like Mr. Thaçi in civvies, and it looks like it might be General Cheko next to him.
And can you describe what Hashim Thaçi is wearing so that we all know who you're describing?
He's wearing a dark civilian suit.
And he's the one in the middle of two men in uniform?
Yes, just to the left of the flagpole.
Thank you. If now we could play until 0452 and stop there.
Um Wahlen und ein Referendum gehe, damit die internationale Gemeinschaft eine unabhängige Republik Kosovo anerkenne. Heute endet unser Marsch zur Erreichung der Freiheit. Von jetzt ab marschieren wir, die UÇK, zusammen mit dem Volk zu unserer Unabhängigkeit und zu unserer eigenen Armee des Kosovo.
Thank you. Do you recall whether you attended this ceremony?
No, we did not attend.
Do you recall that it took place now? Does this refresh your memory?
I don't specifically recall it, but it's very plausible, especially since the deadline was about to run.
Thank you. I would like to tender this video into evidence.
Any objection?
It's the same objection that I'd like to be heard on later. So yes, we object. The witness hasn't provided any color to this.
Your Honor, the witness spoke about Hashim Thaçi's role in the KLA, and this goes to continuity of Hashim Thaçi's role in the KLA.
129412-08 at 3 minutes 55 seconds to 4 minutes 27 seconds, and then 4 minutes, and then on to 4 minutes 52 seconds is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. This portion will be assigned exhibit number P04499 and is currently classified as confidential.
Could we please move? Sorry, the video can be public.
It's reclassified as public.
Could we please move into private session for the next document due to providers' conditions?
Private session, please.
Could we please have ERN? Oh, sorry.
Your Honors, we're in public session. Thank you.
Mr. Covey, in your statement at paragraphs 59 and 65, you have talked about the relationship between Hashim Thaçi and Agim Cheku. And during your preparation session, you said that you weren't sure how you learned about Cheku's appointment, and that is in 1D 391, paragraph 10E. Do you recall ever seeing the decree appointing Agim Cheku?
Let me say as a general comment, I'm not sure I agree with what seems to be the premise of this line of questioning.
First, just answer her question.
All right. Can you restate the question, please?
Have you ever seen the decree appointing Agim Cheku?
I don't believe I have.
Okay. So you wouldn't have known who issued it?
I would not have known.
Have you ever heard, or do you know whether Agim Cheku ever stated that the provisional government decisions were to be treated as orders?
I am not aware of such a statement, but again, I have to say I'm growing quite uncomfortable with what seems to be the premise underlying this line of questioning, since it appears that counsel would like to establish as fact things that somehow undermine the judgments that I express in the statement and in the book. I think that misunderstands what the role of a diplomat is and how we arrive at our judgments. Perhaps we can discuss that in a different setting.
I wish we could. Right now, all I'm asking for is for your truthful answers to my questions, that's all. And don't worry about any underlying assumption. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I'm very jealous of my credibility.
Absolutely. So, if in the same section of your statement, you also discussed at paragraph 61 the agreement of September 1999. And this is in paragraph 6, sorry, I already said that, paragraph 61. There you stated that by mid-September, Jackson and Cheku brought the regional commanders to the brink of an agreement, and Clark flew in to help persuade them. And this was also discussed with you yesterday at pages 21 and 22 of the transcript. Is it correct that it was KFOR that held these talks?
Yes.
And specifically, it was General Jackson, right?
General Jackson was in the chair, yes.
Thank you. Do you know if Hashim Thaçi had a role in these negotiations?
As I think I said yesterday, in the sessions that I attended, I had not seen Hashim Thaçi. I was told that he had, on one or more occasions, sought a separate meeting with General Jackson directly, not in this kind of plenary session. But I'm not familiar with the details of those meetings, and certainly not the content.
Okay. And I want to focus just on the last few days before the September signing of the agreement. So we're talking about the 18th, 19th of September, during those 2 days. Do you recall that at some point on the last day the negotiations stalled?
Yes, we were aware that somehow General Jackson and his team sensed that the zone commanders were not yet ready to commit.
Right. And so I take that you weren't there with General Jackson during those hours.
No, I will remind you that we were involved only for, let us say, informational purposes, because after all, the end result of all this work would be to create an entity that would fall under UNMIC. But arriving there was entirely the work of KFOR.
Right. So I want you to have a look at General Jackson recollection of those events. Can we please have ERN SPOE 00212586 to 00212692? These are excerpts from a book written by General Jackson. And if we could go to PDF page 93, which is SPOE 00212678. And can you focus on the last paragraph, as the 11th hour arrived? I will read out some portions, and as you look at it, I will also summarize, because I'm going through quite a large part of it. So here it says, as the 11th hour arrived, the negotiations became extremely tense. Up until now, we had been bouncing ideas around, but now the time had come to settle. Ceausescu was going through hell. His brain was telling him, I've got to play ball for the long-term future of Kosovo. I've got to. But his heart was working in the other direction. I kept saying to him, don't be emotional. You must comply with UNSCR 1244. The world is watching. Banging on, repeating the same points again and again. If we can please go to the next page. And yes, here, if we can scroll down a little bit. Yeah, the following day. Here he adds that on the following, can we please, sorry, go up again? Yes, a little bit to the beginning of the page, yes. Here he mentions that on day 89, Thaçi turned nasty. Nobody plays with the KLA. He shouted at me. If you think you can issue directions at us, then you are mistaken and you will regret it. And then one paragraph down, the following day, Sunday, 19th of September, he says that the press was speculating that the talks had collapsed. In the evening, Thaçi sent a message that I should go downtown to meet him. Bollocks to that was the universal reaction up at the film factory. Then he explains that eventually Jackson tracks down Thaçi, and Thaçi agrees to go to KFOR HQ, where he arrives after 10 p.m. Jackson then writes that as the night wore on, it was clear that they were not near to closing the deal. And at 6 a.m., he went out and gave a press conference reminding the KLA that the undertaking had expired and that officially it no longer existed as an organization. So, according to General Jackson, who conducted the negotiations, it was Mr. Hashim Thaçi who stalled the negotiations, right?
I'm sorry, what, according to General Jackson, just say that again, please.
According to General Jackson, in the passage that we just read, he described the break in the negotiations, and he mentioned that it was Hashim Thaçi who stalled the negotiations in the end. Do you agree with that?
I have not read General Jackson's book. This is new. This passage is new to me. And it was clear that there were a lot of forces at work. And one of those voices was clearly Mr. Thaçi.
Thank you. I would like to tender these 2 pages. It's SPOE 00212678 to SPOE, 3 pages, sorry, 00212680. Sorry, can I see the ERN of this at the end? Apologies. Yeah, no, sorry, then the second page would be 79.
So just 7.8 and 7.9?
Yes.
No objection.
SPOE 00212678 to 212679 is admitted.
And will be assigned exhibit number P04501, classified as confidential.
Thank you. Yesterday, you talked about the security situation when you arrived, and you said that no clashes or frictions were brought to your attention. That's at page 34 of the provisional transcript.
No hostilities, no combat was brought to our attention.
Could we please have P02533, and can we please not broadcast it? If we can please go to the second page. So I'm not going to describe it for confidentiality reasons, but if you can look at it and see what it is, I can note that the date is 12 August 99. And if we can scroll to point 3. No, yes, please.
I'm confused about the origin, whose document this is.
I would need to go into private session to mention that. So,
I'm sorry, into private session.
Your Honor, we are back in public session. Thank you.
So now I'll show you one more document and then we'll have a break. Could we please have P04128? The next document is an OSCE report for the period of 14th to 20 September 1999. And if we please go to the next page. If you focus on restriction of freedom of movement, the first paragraph reports about the blockade of Orahovac, and it reports how both uniform and plain-clothed KLA were observed controlling checkpoints. Does this refresh your memory about some of the events at that time?
Please point again to which paragraph you're talking about.
Yes, I'm sorry. So if you look under the header, restriction of freedom of movement.
Yes.
And the first paragraph there, it says the human rights team in Prizren reported that the blockade of Orahovac continued. And then it describes it. And then at the end, it says both uniformed and plain-clothed KLA have been observed controlling checkpoints.
And your question is, am I familiar with this particular report?
Whether these refresh your memory of some of the events at the time.
Events such as these were occurring?
Yes. KLA controlling checkpoints in Orahovac.
I'm aware that reports were being made, allegations were being made of this kind of activity.
Thank you. Your Honor, I know it's early for the 11 o'clock break. I have a longer topic I'll enter. I can start now, or if appropriate, we can take the break now.
Go ahead and start now. You've got almost 10 minutes. So.
All right. Now, I want to talk about some of the crimes that you observed while you were in Kosovo. And you talked about this in various parts of your statement, where you state that crimes were the result of lawlessness and revenge. Have you read the indictment in this case?
I have not.
Okay, so you do not know what crimes are charged here, right?
That's correct, but I believe I'm here to speak to the responsibility for those crimes.
Absolutely. I just wanted to know what your knowledge is at the moment. So now what I want to focus on is crimes against collaborators. And during the preparation session with the defense, you were shown a portion of your book about this and were provided the opportunity to comment. So if we can please have ERN SPOE 00397775, again up on the screen. And if we can please go to PDF page 36. that is SPOE 00397810. I'm sorry, I realized that this page was already admitted.
Yes, it was admitted as P04496.2. Thank you.
If we can focus on the first paragraph, the political context, under the header political context, those first two paragraphs. Yeah. And here, starting in the second paragraph, you wrote, as NATO troops began arriving in early June 1999, nearly 100 civilians were being killed each week, mostly Serbs. The KLA hunted down Serbs who had been involved in the war, as well as collaborators among the other ethnic communities, especially the Turkish and the Roma, and even ethnic Albanians they regarded as simply too cooperative with their former Serb oppressors. KLA extremists were determined to chase the Serbs out of Kosovo, using violence and terror when necessary. And during the prep session, you were shown exactly this passage, and you stated that the first sentence should be read in the context of the following sentence referring to KLA extremists, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. But you do know that some crimes in 1998 and 1999 appear to be the result of organized efforts by the KLA, right?
That was the near universal impression.
Thank you. Do you recall reading reports about it at the time?
We would have seen mention in a variety of documents reports of or allegations of activities like this, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you one example, and you can tell me if you can comment on it or not. Can we please have SPOE 00397688 to 00397704. So this is a US Department of State Serbia-Montenegro country report on human rights practices for 1998. And this was released in February 1999. If we can please go to PDF page 2, which is 397689. And the third paragraph, here it notes that elements of the KLA committed killings, were responsible for disappearances, abducted and detained Serbian police, as well as Serb and Albanian civilians, those suspected of loyalty to the Serbian government. And in a few isolated cases, they tried suspects without due process. There are also credible reports of instances of torture by the KLA. Would this be the kind of reporting that you knew of?
I will say I've never seen this particular document, nor would I have. The practices described in that paragraph were I put it in quotes, common knowledge. That is, somehow everyone knew, but I was not in the process of documenting individual instances.
Of course. And Your Honors, I'd like to show two more extracts from here and then break. So if we can go to page 5 of the PDF, that's the page ending 397692. The penultimate paragraph, yeah, the second half of that paragraph mentions, thank you, that in October the KLA detained 13 Albanian politicians, including members of the Kosovo Albanian shadow parliament in Shirez for 2 days. And then it notes how they reportedly tortured those detained. Is this the kind of reporting that you would have
As I have
heard
said,
of?
this kind of reporting was widespread.
Right.
But I still am concerned that about whether any of this is particularly relevant to the conclusions I offered in the statement.
I don't think that's something you should be concerned about. Just provide your truthful answer.
As I said, a diplomat has only integrity and credibility to offer, and I feel it's being challenged on a basis I don't understand.
I'll show you one more portion.
Thank you.
If we can please go to PDF page 8. The last paragraph. The last paragraph here notes how collaborators were killed. Some ethnic Albanians employed by the state-owned enterprise were threatened. So this is, again, one example of those common knowledge reporting that you mentioned earlier, correct?
Without again, I cannot say I am familiar with this particular document, but the kinds of things that are being narrated here were common.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to tender this document into evidence.
Objection.
No objection.
SPOE 00397688 to 397704 at pages 397689, 397692, and the last one you just referred to as page 8. You didn't give a ERN.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that's SPOE 00397695. The entire range is 397688 to 397704.
That will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. If I make it seek for a clarification, if we are tendering 3 or 4 pages, therefore, do we tender the first page, which is ending with 688? Because that was shown initially, and then we shown 689, 692, and 695.
I was tendering the entire document.
The entire document as stated in the ERN full range.
Thank you, Your Honors. In that case, SPOE 00397-688 to 00397-704 will be assigned exhibit number P04502 and is classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
We'll give you a half-hour break now, Mr. Covey.
Thank you.
Please do
Thank you,
not
Your
speak
Honor.
with anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom, as you've been reminded.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, so we'll see you back here at approximately 11:35.
Thank you.
Do you want it? Adjourned until 11:35.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, you may bring the witness in. We continue, Mr. Covey, with the cross-examination by the SPO. Go ahead, Mr. Radicha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the next questions, could we please go into private session?
Private session, please, Mr. Court Officer.
Your Honor, we're back in public session. Thank you.
Mr. President, I do want to now put another objection on the record. I had made an objection last week about the SPO putting its case to the witness, which was something that the defense was required to do over 30 times in the prosecution case in chief. The witness has now several times requested that the case be put to him so he can comment on it, and we would ask that the prosecution put its case to the witness to give him a fair opportunity to comment.
State your case to the witness. On the line,
Your Honor, I
on the
believe
line of these questions.
I didn't hear you.
On the line of these questions,
Right.
state your case to the witness.
I understand. Thank you. The next, we are in public session. Right?
No, state your case to the witness.
Yes. Mr. Covey, whenever I start a new topic, I introduce the topic to you with what you have said before. The reason why I've been asking you this question was because you said that that you were aware of reports from people who claimed that they were detained by people who claimed to be the KLA. That's why I asked you these questions. I hope that clarifies.
It doesn't. Because my testimony, and particularly my statement, concerns primarily our judgments about Mr. Thaçi's role, putative or real, in any of these incidents. So my statement primarily concerns our judgments concerning his actual authority over the individuals who may or may not have been proven to have perpetrated these crimes. None of this seems to connect, in my mind, Mr. Thaçi, to these incidents or to challenge the way we arrived at our judgments concerning that. So I don't believe you've illuminated your case for repeatedly reviewing the reports of these incidents.
As I stated, every time I will put a new document to you, I will orient you with the relevant part of your statement or of your evidence that I'm trying to address. This is not about generally what you said in your statement. It's about specific assertions in your statement that we are going to address. And through these documents, I want to elicit your memory.
I think you are methodically taking things out of context from my statement then.
Mr. Covey,
Yes, sir.
you're entitled to have her state her case, which she has done, but you don't have to necessarily agree with it.
Okay.
And you're asking her to agree with you, and I don't know that she has to do that either. She has a job
you.
to ask you questions, and so far she's been doing that, and you've been doing a good job of answering them, so we just want to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess we'll get to that later.
So now I want to move on to the part of your evidence where you discussed UNMIC and KFOR mandate on preventing and combating crime. In your statement at paragraph 36, you said that KFOR did not have the training or mandate to take on police functions, and that some countries were expressly prohibited, and you mentioned the US. Yesterday in court, you also expanded on that, and you explained the KFOR workaround that you found as a possible solution to that. Recall that?
A very limited solution,
Yes.
yes.
Thank you. So now we talked about, we also talked about earlier about the mandate in general. So I want to show you some portions of your book where you explain your mandate in your own words, or your application of the mandate in your own words. If we could please call up SPOE 00397775. And if we could please go to PDF page 25, which is ERN SPOE 00397799. And if can we please focus on the bottom of the book, page 78? So the first page at the bottom. Yeah. Here you see the last paragraph where it says 2 years after this policy shift. I'll read out some parts for you. 2 years after this policy shift, as the international community went into Kosovo, most military commanders and civilian officials understood their roles under the UN Security Council Resolution 1244. The mission would be even-handed with those who basically cooperated. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Apologies. The mission would be even-handed with those who basically cooperated with the peace implementation process and would actively oppose those who obstructed it. The concept became a guiding principle for planning and performing daily business. UNMIK officials and commanders simply needed to ask, does this situation advance or impede the peace process? If it was the latter, the default position was to act. And now, these were your words, correct?
Yes.
And now if we can go to 2 paragraphs down, starting with it was fortunate.
I think
Yep.
it's the paragraph immediately after the one you were looking at.
Yeah, thank you. It says here, you're talking about General Jackson's approach, and you say that nearly every British officer over the rank of captain had served in Northern Ireland and understood, without NATO guidance, the need to support those who support the peace process. Now, if we can go down to the paragraph starting in Kosovo. Yeah. In Kosovo, in contrast, the Security Council empowered the SRSG to exercise executive authority under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. The mandate ensured the mission's fundamental legitimacy and provided ample opportunity to pursue our responsibilities in transforming Kosovo's conflict. While UNMIK could in no way insert itself between KFOR and NATO, Resolution 1244 was all a shrewd custodian needed to shape military and police activities to create consequences for those obstructing the process leading to a viable peace. Second, the custodian needs a robust political strategy which calls for active engagement with all parties to the conflict. This involves encouraging them to rethink their interests in ways that could be compatible with the peace process. Influential faction leaders who are willing to take risks to support the process need to be protected. The custodian should make these expectations for proper behavior known at the outset and then continually urge faction leaders to meet these expectations. None can be permitted to opt out or exercise a de facto veto. Finally, any peace process requires popular support. In Kosovo, we learned to work through faction leaders to encourage their followers to support the mission in an open manner and to renounce obstructionist actions that were aimed at thwarting the peace process. If you can just scroll down one line. This reflects your words in 2005 and your approach, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Can we please move to page 29, which is ERN SPOE 00397803. And focus on page 87 of the book. No, the other one. Yeah, in Kosovo. Yes. That paragraph, the second part of that paragraph, here you stated how this was applied on the ground. You said, KFOR units, chiefly British, used a mix of roving patrols, checkpoints, crowd control, surveillance, and quick reaction to buy time for the UN team to initiate a political process and deploy an international police force. UNMIK police and KFOR planners jointly mapped a deployment sequence that would link military and police activities and transfer responsibility for conventional policing incrementally as UN capabilities grew. KFOR progressively shifted to backup positions and usual military-style duties in support of the police. This set the stage for joint operations as the mission progressed. And again, these were your words in 2005 and how you applied your theory on the ground.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I would like to tender these 2 pages into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Again, and just in terms of putting the case, I don't know what this addresses specifically in the statement.
I've made it very clear, Your Honor, at the beginning of the questioning.
Well, can we have the witness have an opportunity then to say what about his statement this addresses?
He will at the end of these questions.
Well, I would prefer that it be put before I have to make a position on whether to admit it or not. So can we reserve it then and tender it after you put the question to him?
Yes, that'll be fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Were you aware that KFOR contingents specifically set out procedures to implement the police functions?
KFOR did not implement police functions.
Okay.
They were forbidden to do so.
Okay.
Both by NATO doctrine and in many cases by national law.
Okay. And my question to you is that it is our position that KFOR was doing exactly that. And I would like to show you with the next document.
I would like to preface that by saying that KFOR was permitted to provide area security to protect international personnel, to try to maintain public order. Ordinary police duties such as arresting, investigating, and other law enforcement type activities were expressly forbidden. So they had only the, call it powers of detainment, which is not a law enforcement function, it's a military function. So I say that in preface, so go ahead with what you have.
And just to be clear, we looked at the mandate before, and you do agree with me that paragraph 9 gave the possibility to KFOR to implement those functions until the time UNMIK was ready to
I'm sorry,
do so.
then we need to discuss that more precisely. because it was an important distinction of which we were reminded almost daily, that KFOR could not function as police. It could augment, if it were challenged or threatened, it could detain, but there was then a bit of a quandary about what to do with anyone detained, which was never fully resolved. So if you took from something I said earlier that in fact KFOR was actually performing police functions, that was an error.
Mr. Covey, I'm just trying to clarify some parts of your statement, and I think you have clarified it, so let's look at an example of what they did.
Okay.
Mr. President, I'm sorry to rise again. If there's something that counsel says the book contradicts what he just said, then since he's the author of the book, I would ask that that portion of the book be put to him so he can explain it.
We'll have to see how the questioning goes, and perhaps you're right, but right now she can continue with her questions.
I'm just saying, I understood she's taking this down and putting a different document up now, and if that's not correct, then I apologize, but if it is, then...
Yes, it's all related.
I understand, but if you're moving on from the book, that's why I rose now. But if you're going to get back to the book, then that's fine.
Are you going back to the book, or are you just...
No, I'm not going back to the book,
Okay,
but
so
this is all related to the
you're
same
finished
topic.
with the book with this
For this
person's
page?
testimony?
No, I'm for this page, but I will go back to the book.
Proceed with your question.
Thank you. Can we please have...
Did you tender those 2 pages?
I did before, but there was no decision.
Are you objecting to the 2 pages?
Yes, because she hasn't said how these pages relate to what he just said.
Well, she doesn't have to say. She's going to ask him some questions about it. That's what
I
a cross-examination is.
So forgive me if I'm misunderstanding counsel. I'm understanding that she's going now to a different page, but if she's saying that she's going to now at some point ask him or confront him and say that what he just said is contradicted by the book, then I have no objection. But if that's not going to happen, then I object.
Your Honor, I think I've been very clear in my questions, opening with what the witness said about ANMIC and KFOR capabilities and KFOR mandate. So I showed the relevant part where the witness
And why are
discussed.
you offering that? What is the point?
The point is that here he explains that expands on the witness, what the witness said in his statement, where he said that that KFOR was forbidden from policing. I think that point has been explained in terms of what the witness means now with the witness, meaning that it doesn't mean that there was no policing at all. The issue is that if I don't show additional documents, all we have is what he said in the statement.
The 2 documents will be admitted, SPOE 00397775 at 397799 and at 3917803. Those are the 2 that you mentioned.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to show you one more.
Sorry. If I may, those 2 pages of the book will be assigned exhibit number P04496.3, and just like the previous pages were admitted as public, is this going to be the case with this one?
Yes, thank you.
Reclassified as public.
So now I'd like to show you a document to see whether it matches your understanding of what KFOR could do. Could we please call up SITF 00228388 to SITF 00228391 ET, and the German original is at SITF 00228077 to 00228466. And for the German original, we'll have to go to PDF page 312. That is ERN SITF 002283888. Mr. Covey, could you please have a look at this report? This is an operational directive from German KFOR. This is dated 22nd of June 1999, so before you arrived. And it states, if we can please scroll down a little bit. The paragraph under task. It says that the German KFOR, if we can zoom out a little bit so the entire, yeah. German KFOR is mandated tasked amongst other things with taking criminals into custody, with the exception of members of the international contingent, as part of maintaining public security and order, in order to prevent further crimes, and if necessary, to facilitate the prosecution of the perpetrators. If we can please move to the next page. And then for the arrest of persons, it says, yes, thank you. The German KFOR troops shall arrest persons who are strongly suspected of having committed a serious offense, a crime or offense of particular gravity, and who are caught in the act of committing such an offense or were being pursued. They may be detained without a court order until a court is designated by the civilian security presence. And then it lists a series of offenses, including murder, abduction, and others. This was part of what KFOR was doing at the time, correct?
I have several comments.
Can you please answer my question first?
Only by elucidating.
Absolutely.
Just answer the question, please. Then you will have a chance to elucidate.
All right, state the question, please.
Do you recall that this was part of what KFOR was doing?
No.
Okay.
I don't think this is a correct description of it.
Okay.
And I say that for several reasons. Number one, I'm a little rusty in my German, but I'm not convinced that Festnehmen translates as arrest. It may be more detention. Second, this appears to be a document prepared by the German contingent, not by NATO headquarters, not by Jackson's Central Command. And each of the contingents exercised a bit of autonomy, some more than others. The French famously were quite autonomous in many ways. The Americans in their own way. The Germans did not resist the central authority, but nor were all of their actions and documents reviewed centrally. So I find this a bit over-describes the obligations of the military forces with regard to criminal activities.
Thank you for the clarification. I would like to tender this document into evidence.
Any objection?
And I'm only tendering these pages, so from pages, I'm only tendering the pages in English. That is 228388 to 228391, because the German original is longer.
No objection?
No objection.
SITF 00228388 to 00228391 is admitted,
And will be
both
assigned,
in the English and the German version.
apologies, Your Honors. And will be assigned exhibit number P04503, currently classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
It can be public, and
It's
Ger-
reclassified as public.
the German ERM pages are I will provide that later, Your Honor. Now, I want to bring you to some concrete examples of what K4 was doing.
Ms. Jurice, just from my own understanding of the evidence, are all of these questions intended to establish that K4 did have the ability in practice to detain persons suspected of serious crimes?
No, Your Honors, it's broader than that. It's about how they apply the mandate. So I will come to the civilian component of it in a moment.
Right. So, in brief, are you testing the witness's credibility, or are you eliciting evidence in support of the prosecution's case on a particular subject?
I am clarifying what the witness said in his statement.
It all seems to me, speaking for myself, to concern a rather marginal aspect of the prosecution's case. That is to say, K4's ability to detain persons suspected of serious crimes.
I'm not focusing on the K4 mandate. I'm focusing on how it was applied.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Juric, excuse me for interrupting, but could you please make sure or double check whether the German original can also be reclassified as public?
I checked. It can be.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you.
So just for clarity, the German version is public as well.
It's public as well. Yes, I was told that it can be made public.
Okay, that's good.
I will double check, of course, but.
Go ahead.
So for the next questions, I'd like to go into private session, Your Honor.
Your Honors, we are back in public session. Thank you.
Could we please bring back up the book, SPOE 00397775. And can we please go to page PDF 38, which is SPOE 00397812. So, Mr. Covey, in your statement, you stated that the AMIC's approach had to be suasive. You said some carrots, not much stick, and lots of jawbone. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is a correct quotation, yes.
And you have explained, you have described this approach and the dynamic between AMIC and KFOR and the KLA in great detail in your book. I will read some excerpts. If we can focus on the part that starts with coercion on page 105. Other side. Thank you. Here you wrote, parties to a conflict in failed states have generally been hammered far more mercilessly than the international community could ever contemplate. That certainly was the case in Kosovo. KFOR had neither the troops nor the stomach to control the population by force. KLA leaders could easily rally their local communities in any confrontation with KFOR. Now, if you can scroll down to the evolving political strategy. Here you said, the political strategy recognized Kosovo hard realities. Battle-scarred rivals were still deeply committed to their war aims and ready to use violence to achieve them. Achieving AMIC's objective would require transformation of the party's wartime objectives. Key rivals would have to see their interests better served by moving ahead with AMIC. Kosovo's peace would become viable only when rivals embraced political aims consistent with the peace process. And if we go to the next paragraph. Resolution 1244 did not take the KLA into account. Although KLA commanders acknowledged that NATO had helped them defeat the Serbs, they felt KFOR was now preventing them from finishing the job of driving the Serbs out. KFOR was also perceived as supporting AMIC's efforts to avoid a KLA-led administration. While the KLA was never a particularly coherent organization, there was a consensus among its militant leaders that they should now be calling the shots. There was no practical option to confront the KLA militarily. Angry, tough, and well-armed, they had a very real capacity for melting back into the hills, where they had extensive stockpiles and supportive clan members. Are these your words?
Would you read the next couple of sentences, please?
Milosevic army and special forces had failed utterly in that terrain, and there was no reason to believe that KFOR would do better.
Yes, those are my words.
Thank you. Now, if we can go to the next page. Second paragraph, in almost every other aspect of Kosovo's transformation, KFOR provided military support for AMIC's political strategy. In this specific area, however, AMIC provided political support to deal with an otherwise unmanageable military threat. Because there was no military option for defeating the KLA, it was critical to develop a political framework within which the KLA could be contained and ultimately disarmed. Thus, the novel idea emerged for transforming the KLA into the Kosovo Protection Corps. Then if we go now down to the next...
I can confirm that those are my words with one comment. The novelty was not the general strategy of transforming, since that is standard DDR practice.
Yes.
The novelty was to the particular form it took of the Kosovo Protection Corps.
Thank you. And if we scroll down, just stop there. Yes, thank you. In the next paragraph, middle of the paragraph, you say, the political wing of the KLA, represented by Thaçi, was interested primarily in how to use the threat of an ungovernable KLA to strengthen its political hand. Those are your words, correct?
That is correct, with the emphasis on threat.
Thank you.
Not the application.
Right. And if we scroll down to the bottom of the page, at the very end, the last sentence, you wrote, although formation of the KPC did not eliminate the capacity of individual KLA leaders to make mischief with the political process, it delivered Thaçi and the political arm of the KLA to the threshold of a new political framework. And then you continue it.
Could you read the next sentence, please?
Yes. It had never been easy for Thaçi to work with the KLA field commanders. Now he is no longer responsible for their performance, nor did he need to produce jobs for ex-combatants. They were free to focus on personal ambitions, as politicians do, within a framework that Amik and others could begin to shape for the peaceful competition for power.
Thank you.
And then you note how in September 1999, the KLA began its conversion to KPC, and 3 weeks later, the PDK was announced and with Thaçi as its president. And then most of the regional groupings that had served as the KLA political network were consolidated into the PDK. Now, this was how you applied the dissuasive theory we discussed before, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you also give a concrete example at page 30 of the book. That is ERN SPOE 00397804. Here you describe the incident involving Sami Lushtaku. It's the second paragraph of the first page. Some notorious thugs had held command positions in the KLA during the conflict and emerged afterwards as virtual warlords. So one of such figures, Sami Lushtaku, was believed to be responsible not only for terrorizing Serbs, but also for murdering Albanians who were thought to have collaborated with the Serb regime before the conflict. And then you note how the police was intent on jailing Lushtaku, but no witnesses were likely to come forward. In some cases of this nature, we had exercised Amik's administrative authority of executive detention to arrest a suspect considered especially dangerous, so that investigations could be conducted without intimidation of potential witnesses. In this case, however, we made a considered decision in consultation with KFOR not to go forward until we had built a rock-solid case and had also built up a robust civil, military, and police infrastructure in Lushtaku's district. These were your words?
I would welcome an opportunity, yes, these
Yes.
are my words, I would welcome an opportunity to go into much more detail in this case.
Yes, I will ask you a few more questions about this. Before we do so, I'd like to tender pages SPOE 00397804 and SPOE 00397812 and 7813.
Objection.
No objection.
SPOE 00397812 and 7813, and also 00397804 are all admitted.
And will be assigned exhibit number P04496.4. If we can clarify the classification, please.
It can be public.
Reclassified as public, please. We're still in private session, Ms. Iridisa.
I apologize, Your Honor. We should go into public session.
Back to public session as well. You're not? Oh, I didn't know we changed back. My fault. You were right.
Thank you. So you have discussed this portion of the book during your preparation session with the defense, and you stated that Lushtago was an important person and his arrest could have created havoc that would need to be dealt with by KFOR. Is that correct?
Samuel Stako was reputedly the zone commander for the Drenica zone, and by reputation was an out-and-out thug. How deeply do you want to go into this?
I just want to know whether what you said, what I stated you said during the preparation session is correct. Would his arrest have created havoc that would need to be dealt by KFOR, and is that why you decided not to arrest him?
The decision was to arrest him when there was sufficient evidence in a well enough prepared case to resolve it rapidly. So it would not be correct to say the decision was not to arrest him. The decision was get your act together before you arrest him. Because our prosecutor, an American, a good prosecutor, professional, was thinking more like a RICO prosecutor in the States, where you could take a leading figure in the racket into custody in order to get witnesses to open up about the case. This is not New York. This was a post-conflict setting on the home ground of someone known to resort to any measure to keep his influence, with lots of local support. He was genuinely popular in his area. We knew this.
Thank you.
Even thugs are very popular. So the decision was, you take him down when you're ready to resolve it really quickly.
Thank you. This incident was also described by Dr.
I want to add, just for the record, it does say that we did this in consultation with KFOR. I largely made this decision at 11 o'clock or midnight one night with the prosecutor and the police deputy. I did not involve Kushner because I didn't want him responsible for it. And we carefully informed KFOR of it afterwards. So it's on my head, but that's the reasoning behind it.
Thank you. Dr. Kushner described this incident in his book. So could we please have ERN SPOE 00403545 and its English translation. Can we please go to page 13 of the PDF in both languages? That is page SPOE 00403557. So at the top of the second page of the book, 251, if we zoom in a little more, yes, thank you. Here, Dr. Kushner wrote, Commander Sami Lushtaku, on another occasion, Commander Sami Lushtaku, a hero of the war, manhandled a doctor on a football field. Should he be put to prison? I thought not. A year after the elections had been successfully held, I was still being blamed for it. What was better, democratic elections or a heroic arrest of Lushtaku over a trivial matter? Lushtaku was arrested subsequently. These stories, which were all failures in their own way, stuck to us. Having shown a basic sense of politics, having partially succeeded in a mission deemed impossible by the same journalists, did not, in their own view, justify these slight breaches of our Western rules. Is it fair to say that the decision to delay his arrest was the pragmatic choice in those circumstances?
Pragmatic, practical. I admire Bernard's phrasing here, since he had been protected from the decision knowing that it might become controversial. So your question is this an accurate description?
My question is whether the decision you made to delay his arrest was the pragmatic choice given the circumstances at the time.
Yes, it was a practical choice. I don't understand how that's different from what I've already said.
And
is there something about the word pragmatic?
No, there's nothing. There is no second meaning to my questions.
All right.
Rest assured.
Okay, thank you.
Is it correct to say that both you and Dr. Kushner were concerned that arresting Lushtaku could destabilize the province?
I took the responsibility for that. We discussed it the following day. We discussed it at the 5 o'clock with General Jackson. And he was in complete accord, but I was intent on taking the responsibility for it in case it turned into a mess.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to tender these excerpts, both from Mr. Covey's book and Mr. Kushner's book.
Mr. President, I apologize again, but I've asked all my colleagues, and we don't understand the point of the line of questioning, and it hasn't been put to the witness as to whether he acted in a pragmatic manner. So we would again ask that the case be put to the witness so he can comment on what point is actually being put to him.
Mr. Covey, what I've been asking you about the pragmatic choice is, do you agree that at the time you had to take a pragmatic decision which might mean that justice would come second because peace was the most important?
There are two issues that involved here. One is that the first responsibility of the peacekeeper is to stop the practice. Justice can follow, but it is not assumed that justice always will follow. You must stop. That is your duty, is to stop the practice. The second was, as I think we've explained elsewhere, UNMEC and KFOR had enormous authority. They appeared to be very powerful, but their ability to apply that authority was, in fact, quite limited. We used the metaphor of a sports car on ice. So we were careful in applying that authority in ways that would not be defied or defeated. So this was a case in which it appeared that we might get out ahead of our own ability to manage the situation. So in that sense, yes, a practical situation, a pragmatic decision. I note that my understanding is that Sami Lushtaka was arrested again. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not again. He was arrested for the first time after our service in Kosovo and was not convicted. And there may have been a second episode. And so he had a long record, and I am not sorry for the decision.
Absolutely. That's not what I was implying.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to tender pages for Mr. Covey's book. I would like to tender pages SPOE 00397804 and sorry, I apologize. That's only Kushner's book. Kushner's book, it's page SPOE 00403557.
Any objection?
I maintain my objection that the point still hasn't been put to him, but I won't object to the admission of the documents.
I think she put it to him, and he indicated a very good understanding.
Well, I'll deal with it and redirect, but I think the point is that someone else should have been doing it, and that hasn't been put to him.
I don't believe, I think you're imagining that, but 00403545 is the general, no, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Dr. Kushner's book is SPOE 00403557, and it's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. We have previously already admitted a couple of pages from that book, and I would ask for clarification if this page should be also added to already admitted P04498.
Yes, thank you. And it can be public.
Zero 00397804. It's already been admitted.
No, other pages of the book has been admitted. So this is an additional page that I'm asking. So
Which page?
I'm asking for page SPOE 00403557. Yes. Those were admitted before.
We have admitted the Kushner book right now. It is admitted.
The entire, I've been tendering
No, what you
pages
asked
as I
for
go.
was 0403557, and I said it was admitted.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Is there something else?
No.
All right, go ahead then.
Thank you. Mr. Covey, I'll go to a related subject that you raised yesterday when you were shown the part of the report that is called As Seen As Told. A part of the report that's called As Seen As Told. You discussed this at page 43 of yesterday's transcript, the forward of Bernard Kouchner. And you confirmed in your preparation session with the defense that what is written in the forward is consistent with your recollection of the situation in Kosovo in the summer and fall of '99. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recall that the first draft of the forward was prepared by Senior Human Rights Advisor William Bill O'Neill?
I don't know who drafted it.
Okay,
I was not aware of the process.
thank you. So I want to show you the final draft and the original draft. Can we please bring up SITF 00001529 to 00001871? This is the full report as seen as told. These pages are not in the exhibit that's already admitted with extracts of as seen as told. Can we please go to PDF page 3, which is SITF 00001531. So the forward starts with the statement, "This report makes sobering reading." Do you see that?
Yes?
And now if we can please move to PDF page 7, that's ERN ending 1535. And here you can see the paragraph starts with "the best way forward is for Kosovo," and then the date is 6th of December 1999.
I see it.
And I'll ask for your patience because we'll go through some passages and then I'll ask you a question at the end. So can we please bring side by side 068429 and can we please go to, sorry. So this is the draft forward. And you can see at the top is dated 25th of November. So can we please go back to page 3 of the PDF of the first document, the big report? Yes. Yes. And can we move to page 2 of 068? Yes. Now, you can see that paragraph circled in red there, starting with "in many cases." Yeah. You can see that paragraph and read it.
I am looking at it.
Thank you. And now, if we look at the paragraph of the public version, in many, if we can scroll down, the large report, if we can scroll down the page of the large report. This is on, yeah, can you please keep scrolling down?
If you could be specific in a way, what is large report?
The SITF 1531, if you can scroll all the way down. Yes, in many of the cases, that paragraph. Those are the two same paragraphs. And you can see that they are practically identical. Can you please move? So apart from, you can see one ends with show tolerance and respect for all. And if you can please go to the next page of the SITF 00001531 at the top. Yes. You can see here that this paragraph ends with the previous sentence in the draft. The sentence, "The time is long past for religious, political, and cultural leaders in Kosovo to assume responsibility demanded of true leaders and to insist that the communities they led show tolerance and respect for all." This sentence was removed from the final version of the report. Do you see that?
Time for Kosovo's communities. Is it possible to display that full paragraph that ends with perpetrator?
If we can go back to
Just
the previous
go
page.
half back. Oh. Therefore, it is incumbent on those Okay. So the last sentence has been changed. I'm not sure that the meaning of it has been weakened. In fact, it's insisting that the leaders actually do something other than just generally, quote, insist.
I'm going to ask you to please just listen to my questions. You
Okay.
don't need to speculate as to the meaning of it. I'm just asking to confirm that the last sentence has been removed.
I'm going to object to the word speculate. I try not to speculate.
Thank you. If we can please scroll on both documents page by page and stop at PDF page 6 of each report. So here, if we can please, move to page 6, PDF page 6 of each. So this, up until Kosovo, will not be changed overnight. These documents are identical. And then after the paragraph ending with hurdles to overcome, the published version has 5 additional paragraphs. It starts with, "We are deeply concerned." See, there's those paragraphs.
Yes.
Are added there. And in these 5 paragraphs, there's references to the decades of oppression that preceded the war in Kosovo and to the 40 years of communism that preceded that time. Do you remember whether you or someone in your office added these paragraphs to the report?
I was not involved in the drafting of it.
Thank you. Now, can we please bring up ERN 052690? This is a book, an unfinished piece by William O'Neill. And if we can please move to PDF page 57. Here, and this is ERN 052747. In the second paragraph, he wrote, under the heading, if we can scroll down, please. Yes, the header is Human Rights Abuses, Patterns and Responses. Can we please go to the next page? Now, in the second paragraph here, he wrote, by the end of September 99, key leaders in OSCE, human rights, UNHCR, CIVPOL and KFOR joined me in concluding that much more was involved than mere revenge attacks, violence endangered by some wrong suffered in the past or common crime. There was clearly an organized campaign, premeditated, structured, equipped, and directed to attacking Serbs and Roma and other minorities simply because of their ethnicity. No proof or even indication of prior participation in the persecution of Albanians was necessary. Simply belonging to the targeted ethnic group was enough. Turks and Muslim Slavs were also at risk, though the degree of threat varied. Now, if we can please go to the next page, 59 in the PDF. Yeah. So at the top, it describes unmixed senior leadership position.
Interpreters note the Council is kindly asked to read a bit slower for the purposes of interpretation. Thank you.
Apologies. Here it says, unmixed senior leadership, including the SRSG, expressed disgust in private at the ongoing violence documented in the OSCE report. Public condemnations were also forthcoming, but usually with several qualifiers. UNMIK leadership would not mention the current violations without referring to the past, especially the recent attempt at ethnic cleansing by the Serbian authorities and the 10 years of apartheid before that. UNMIK press releases and official statements usually included references to Northern Ireland and South Africa and the difficult nature of reconciliation following a conflict. Now, if we can please go to page 50 of this book.
We're not going to discuss the content of this paragraph.
I will in a second. There's a part that's related that I'd like to show you before. That's ERN 052749. And if you can focus on, yes, a summary. So if you scroll down there, a summary of the more egregious cases found in the OSCE report released in December 99 and later cases shows both the planned, organized nature of the violence and the involvement of UCK personnel, military and PU UCK police. In the case of Serb-controlled northern Kosovo, the OSCE analyzes the role and responsibility of highly organized groups of Serb police and paramilitaries. Do you agree with what is written in this book about the systematic nature of the crimes that you observed up until September 1999?
What I disagree with is the opinion ventilated at the end of the paragraph you previously showed us.
Okay, but staying on the...
Yeah, can you go back to that?
Can we please go back to page 59? So first of all, do you agree that UNMIK senior leadership, including the SRSG, expressed disgust in private at the ongoing violence?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree that the SRSG office decided not to mention the current violations without comparing them with the past violations?
That's evidenced by the content of this forward, the forward that we have been looking for.
Yes.
It accurately describes the wording of that paragraph.
Thank you. I think that were all of my questions.
Okay, but I want to comment, if I may, that that last sentence says, this constant reminder to understand the context and to realize what they have been through was interpreted by the Albanian hardliners as a yellow light to continue. In fact, and I say this without a great deal of heat, because this is the normal give and take within a mission-committed bureaucracy. But there's a little bit of score settling here. The OSCE Human Rights Unit believed strongly that we had to go immediately to justice, where the mission was to reconcile and to move an entire society towards a very complex, difficult political, social goal. And the OSCE specialists were very impatient with those considerations. But that's life in a complex mission. So, as I say, without a great deal of heat, he attributes this, he presents this as if it gave the hardliners a yellow light. No, it gave heartburn to the specialists.
Thank you, Mr. Covey. It's time for the lunch break. We'll take an hour and a half as we did yesterday. We'll see you back here at 2:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please don't speak with anyone about your testimony outside the courtroom. I know I've told
Yes,
you
Your
that
Honor.
several
No,
times.
It never hurts to remind.
Okay, thank you. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. You may bring the witness in. Mr. Erudita, can you give us an update on your time usage?
I've used about 3 hours, a little bit over 3 hours, and I expect to take the rest of the time, so another 2 hours.
Thank you. Ready to go?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. We continue now with the prosecution's questions. Please give her your attention.
Your Honor, may I tender the documents that I used at the end of the session? And these are pages SITF 00001531, 1532, 1533, and 1535 from ERN SITF 00001529. That was the larger as seen as told report. Then the draft forward that was shown, that is 068429 to 068434. And then the pages from the book that I read, the pages are 052690, 052694, 05746 to 052746 to 052749 from 052690 to 052841. That's the whole range.
All right. You're going to have to do this in writing. That was way too many.
Okay, thank you.
Any objection, or do you want to wait until you see the list?
We'll wait, Mr. President.
Okay, all right.
So, Mr. Covey, I want to now move on to another part of your statement where you discussed ANMIC cooperation with Hashim Thaçi. You described it in your statement in paragraph 44, and you noted that the PGOK led by Thaçi existed at least in theory, but wasn't set up to deliver at local level. In your preparation note, you stated that it was more of a fiction than reality.
Sorry, what paragraph of the preparation note is that, Ms. Yodic?
It's paragraph 10L.
Of the first note?
Of, yes, sorry, prep note 1.
Thank you very much.
So now, I'd like to show you a document from September 1999. Could we please have exhibit P04127? So this is a weekly report from a regional administrator to the DSRSG for civil administration, and it is dated 20th of September 1999. First of all, do you recall whether the DSRSG for civil administration would report regularly to you and to Dr. Kushner?
We would, he would be in our regular morning meeting every day.
Thank you. So now, if we can please go to PDF page 2. And if we go to point 4, here under struggle for power, it's reported the impasse between the UNMIC-appointed Provisional Municipal Council and the Municipal Council of the interim government continued. And then a few lines later, it says, we canceled the session scheduled for 18 September to explore the, and if we can go to the next page, to explore the institutional evolution of the Council. Forces associated with hardline local interim government leaders, Kadri Kriziu and Masar Shala, continue to challenge UN authority. Now, if we can please go, if we can zoom out a little bit, then they proceed to list a number of actions taken by the PGOK mayor, including illegal decisions that Kriziu issued on 13 September for the demolition of buildings, threats, one of whom, 2 young men, visited another member of the Provisional Council, one of whom Kriziu objected after his appointment, and told him...
Alice, for the record, would you indicate what paragraph you're reading from?
It's B, threats.
Go ahead.
In his place of employment, to tell him that they knew where his children attended school. Then C, force personnel changes, where it's noted that Kriziu replaced the director of the bakery with a veteran. D, forced evictions have been issued to non-UCK Albanians in Prizren and Suhareka. And E, extortion. Now, if we can please go to the next page, at the end of the next page. In the comment, here it starts, and it says, first, local hardliners associated with the interim government have begun to act increasingly boldly, if we can go next, with apparent support by Hashim Thaçi's press statements from the...
I'm sorry, I'm lost.
Sorry.
Where are you reading from?
Yes.
Please indicate the paragraph.
All right, thank you. So if we can go back to the previous page, please. At the end of the, yes. Now I'm reading at the comment, the last line. First, local hardliners associated with the interim government have begun to act increasingly boldly. Now we're going to move to the next page, the top of the next page, with apparent support by Hashim Thaçi's comments, by Hashim Thaçi's press statements from the UN headquarters in New York. And then, in a couple of lines later, starting on the other end, few people in Prizren seem prepared to stand up publicly in opposition to their effort to narrow the political community with repression.
Could the speaker kindly be asked to slow down when reading? Thank you.
With repression and terror against former collaborators always accused but never proven, with the Yugoslav regime. Many decent liberals tell us of fears of being publicly labeled as traitors and other unpleasant consequences. Do you remember at the time whether you were briefed about such developments in the municipalities?
I believe that around this time there were numerous reports similar to this. I can't speak to this specific document, but it was a concern. Again, I hope we can speak to the context.
Yes. So I'll show you one more document, and that is, if we could please go to P04131.
I should say I don't understand the reference in that document to statements made by Hashim Thaçi from UN New York. I find that a non sequitur.
I will show you that statement in a little bit. So this is from October 99. And this is the report from the Gillian administrator to the DSRSG for civil administration. If we can please scroll down on this document. And go to page 2. We can scroll down a little bit more. So it's just 1 second, if you can. Yes, thank you. It's reporting here on the preparation of unauthorized documentation, as you can see in the subject line. And it is listing a number of materials that the Vitina municipality had prepared. You can see they list the provisional statute, decree, decision for the protection of state-owned and private property, certificate of temporary occupancy, and then if you look at the 4th bullet point, it states, this document is based on the decree for organization of local government issued on July 31st, 1999 by Hashim Thaçi. The statute is specific to the municipality of Vitina. And then if we can please go to the next page, PDF 3, at the top. Yes, and then it notes that attached to the statute is as decision which demonstrates a total lack of recognition of unmixed authority under Resolution 1244 and placing veto rights in the hands of the President. Now I want to show some of those underlying documents that are listed here. If we can please go to PDF page 20. And zoom out. Yes. So this is a decree issued by the provisional government. And if we can please go to the next page. And zoom out. And to the next page again. And to the next page again. And scroll down. And you can see here that it contains the signature block, the president, Hashim Thaçi, and the date, 31st of July, 1999. This is, do you agree with me that this is an example of the PGOK authorities applying regulations issued by Hashim Thaçi?
What is your question?
Whether you agree that this is an example of...
I'm not specifically familiar with this piece of paper. I had not seen it. I note that it is dated 2 weeks after we arrived in country, at the very, very beginning of our efforts. We had barely begun our dialogue with Mr. Thaçi.
Okay. And this would be against the UNMIC's mandate, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you also, in your statement, specifically mentioned that when you arrived in Kosovo, Mr. Thaçi, with relative grace, turned his attention away from the PGOK and cooperated with UNMIC.
Over time.
Thank you. Now, can we please have P01977? So this is a cable initialed by you, and it's entitled Talks with Thaçi. It's dated 7th of August. Can we go to the next page, please? So this memorializes a meeting that the SRSG had with Thaçi. And if we can please go to the bottom of the page under heading 4, Civil Administration. You can zoom in a little bit. I'll read it for you because it's hard to read. Under Civil Administration, it states, Thaçi said that the communal organizations they had set up were functioning well. UNMIC should recognize them. The PDSRSG replied that UNMIC wanted to involve local Kosovo political forces and structures closely in their executive work. But it had to be clear that UNMIC would retain ultimate control. And then at the end it states, Thaçi made an indication that it was not necessary to superimpose an international structure on functioning local ones. Now, if we can please go to the next page and focus on point 6, property. Here, Thaçi is recorded saying that it was a mistake that UNMIC take over all public property. It would be better if such property would be managed by representative Kosovar forces, with UNMIC retaining supervisory role. And you responded that would be a difficult thing to do, not least because there was no agreement between the different Albanian parties on how to cooperate. And if we focus on the comment, if we can scroll down and focus on the comment. Thank you. Here, after the reduction, it's noted, Thaçi is still trying to consolidate the power base and executive role of the UCK on the ground. In this respect, it is important that UNMIC quickly deploys itself in the field. This was UNMIC assessment of Thaçi's action.
To je bila ocena Thaçijevih aktivnosti koju je dao UNMIK.
This is UNMIC's assessment of Thaçi's actions at the time, correct?
My assessment at the time was, this is of course what he would say. This is very early in our process. This is a kind of sparring back and forth with UNMIC bearing firmly in mind that you can't beat something with nothing. And we had very little administrative apparatus or resource to deploy. So we were in effect buying time in order to whittle down, wear down, and set aside the fantasy of a provisional government. So we were not in any way surprised to hear him say these things.
Okay.
How could he not?
Absolutely. Your assessment at the time was that he was trying to consolidate the power base. Is that correct?
Yes, but I would not dwell on the exact phraseology of that. In fact, he's testing, as are we. It is a process. It is part of a process. This is one small snapshot in an evolving process with UNMIC determined to prevail, but not coercively.
Absolutely.
We needed to deliver resources and convince people that they were better off long-term and short-term by cooperating with UNMIC. So I would not put great weight on the precise phraseology in that comment.
Thank you. Now, looking at the press briefing mentioned before, first of all, do you recall the statement that Hashim Thaçi gave in September 99 at the UN headquarters?
I didn't. I stumbled on that. I don't recall it clearly, no.
Okay. Can we please have P04198? So this is a record of the press briefing that Mr. Thaçi gave at the UN in New York on 17 September 99. So here, PDF page 1, we can scroll to the second paragraph. And focus on the third paragraph. He said that many of those negative, Here, as you can see, he's saying that many negative phenomena had been caused by the fact that the indigenous Kosovar factor had been disregarded by the international presence, specifically UNMIC, and by Bernard Kouchner. And they had not been allowed to make a contribution to the resolution of the many problems facing Kosovo. Now, if we can please go to PDF page 3. He was asked during the press conference about the problems that he allegedly experienced with the SRSG. If we can zoom out, please. If you can scroll down. We can, sorry, PDF page 3, not 2. Yeah. If we can, that last paragraph that's displayed here, when Mr. Thaçi was asked whether he was planning to ask the removal of Mr. Kushner, he said that he was not here to request Mr. Kushner's dismissal, and the negative positions taken by Mr. Kushner could be improved. Then he added, the people of Kosovo were asking for cooperation, not for a king. Do you remember this press conference now?
As I said, I don't remember it specifically, but reading it now, it's what he would say.
Okay.
At this stage of the evolving process.
Thank you.
I think it's worth noting that this is a few days before the KPC agreement had to be finalized, so there was a great tension.
Yes, thank you. And in paragraph 71 of your statement, you described how you described in greater detail Thaçi's cooperation with UNMIK, and you explained how we engaged in the political process and participated responsibly in the JIAS.
Which was established substantially later than this?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, can we please have ERN SPOE 400-15904? So earlier today I showed you this book. This is General Reinhardt's diary. And I would like to go to PDF page 29 in the English and 108 in the original version. And that is SPOE 400-16011. And this is an entry for the 15th of November. So if we can please go to the next page in both languages. Here, General Reinhardt is reporting that during their evening discussions, if we can, you can zoom on the left part of the screen in the English. Thank you. You can see the paragraph starting Bernard Kouchner also informs us that Hashim Thaçi has declared war on him and UNMIK today. He says Thaçi told him that he was tired of UNMIK ineffectiveness. He threatened that he had the support of the most important capitals, especially Washington, and that he would boycott UNMIK and KFOR from now on until they complied with his wishes. Can we please go to the next page, to the other half of this page? Top part. in the English. Can you go up? Can you scroll all the way up? Thank you. And then he notes, I must speak to Thaçi immediately, as none of this makes sense anymore, and I'm not willing to continue working with him on that basis.
Who is the I in this case? Is it Reinhardt or?
Yes, this is his diary, so
yes, okay.
It's all in first person. So, and then we have the entry for the 16th of November, where he says that Thaçi is boycotting the KTC meeting. His refusal to cooperate shows his contempt for the institution and the other members of the KTC. He's behaving like a child who sulks when it does not get its favorite toy. The toy he wants is the presidency of Kosovo and the sole political leadership under the umbrella of Kushner's administration. Reinhardt is correct, isn't he, that what Thaçi wanted was the presidency and the sole political leadership under AMIC umbrella?
With great admiration for General Reinhardt, I think this greatly overstates the case and helps to make the point that he was a great military figure and not one to lead a diplomatic, social, political process. We all had our good days and our very bad days, but I will note that this was a tactic. Thaçi returned to the KTC not long after. I think it was not the only time that he withdrew, and he definitely was not the only KTC participant to withdraw on one occasion or another when frustrated. And it is not, I think the characterization of sulking and childishness vastly understates the seriousness of the participants in the KTC. They would do this for effect, either to remind their own followers of their seriousness, or in hopes of extracting some small advantage with UNMIK. These events were not surprising, and they did not last long.
Okay, so let's see how Thaçi behaved when he came back to the KTC meeting. So if we can please go to the original is PDF page 130, and in the English translation is PDF page 35. And this is ERN SPOE 400160033. And this is the entry for the 8th of December, 1999. So if we could now go to the next page in both languages. If we can zoom in the first half of the English, thank you. Here, it notes, this round of civilized argumentation is followed by an incredibly bizarre meeting of the Kosovo Transitional Council, during which Thaçi mutates into an actor. It is the first time since 27 October 1999 that he has appeared at the KTC. He does not even take off his coat, but launches into a shrill, aggressive tirade against AMIC and KFOR. His anger escalates with every sentence, and then he lists a series of accusations, and then at the bottom of the page, he continues, he won't let anyone interrupt him, rages on. At the end of his tirade, offers to resume cooperation exclusively on his terms, in other words, under his presidency. and if we can look at the top of the other page, if his demand is not met, he will refuse any further cooperation. After this statement, exit. He storms out of the room like a prima donna in a slapstick comedy. One would have to laugh if it were not so sad. Thaçi does not even give us the slightest opportunity to discuss his accusations. And then he continues. Were you aware that General Reinhard contemporaneously recorded these accusations and this event?
That he kept a Tagesbuch? No, I wasn't aware.
Do you have any reason to dispute this detailed and contemporary account?
I have no reason to dispute that he wrote these things. I would certainly differ with his interpretation and the sort of snap predictions he made on the basis of them. But he is, in this respect, an observer. It was Bernard who had to be the shock absorber and the one to redirect everybody's individual passions.
Thank you. And then Bernard Kouchner's reaction is recorded immediately after. He notes in the next paragraph, Kouchner explains that he's determined this week to introduce the final version of the International Administrative Council. And then Thaçi was supposed to go first. After today's performance, he will probably go ahead without him.
Which is not how it worked out.
Thank you. And then he continues, I also believe that this is the only way to deal with Thaçi. He has delayed political cooperation for weeks by insisting on being number one. And then if we scroll down a little bit, I support Bernard's decision to take a hard line, because otherwise we will never get his administration off the ground. I only hope that Bernard Kouchner does not cave in the hope of getting Thaçi to cooperate. Did you know about this? Did you discuss it with General Reinhard?
We certainly would have discussed all this with him in our regular, the regular 5 o'clock meetings continued, the ones that General Mike had started. So we obviously would have discussed these things.
Thank you. And then, if we can please move to page 136 of the original and 40 in English. That is ERN SPOE 40016-039. So this is the entry for the 12th of December. So if we can please go to the next page in both languages and focus on this one paragraph. Here it describes, incidentally, Hashim Thaçi has called on Bernard Kouchner once again to explain to him that he was now out again. This man is totally unreliable, a man with whom it is actually no longer possible to work, but we cannot ignore him. He knows this and is therefore playing this card. Kouchner is now considering changing his organizational approach once again in order to get Thaçi on board. After all, I strongly advise him against this, as in this way Thaçi will exert increasing political pressure on him. I think that Bernard Kouchner's constant soft touch approach, understandably seeking a compromise and the way out of the deadlock is a big mistake. And then he continues, Thaçi has been blocking everything for far too long. Do you recall that Reinhard strongly discouraged Kushner from changing approach?
No, I think he overstates Kushner's frustration. And it's fascinating that, but I'm not surprised that he felt that Bernard had a soft touch. In fact, I would have described, I think I have described Bernard's approach in a different way. Whenever possible, he did not table a flat, aggressive no. He would simply block and offer other options that would work more in keeping with UNMIC's goals. We are at risk of getting too much into classroom theory about peacekeeping, but I want to keep reminding all that we were keenly aware that this is a kind of almost a psychological process, with the emphasis both on psychology and on process. It is not something transactional. It is not something that runs to schedule. And it proceeds by fits and starts and not always by logic. So I'm not surprised that Reinhard was feeling very frustrated at this point. We certainly were. And we had been at this kind of work, one way or another, for decades by that time, dealing now with someone who was very young, and who was trying to build, trying to seize an opportunity that he thought he saw. Why would we be surprised that he would act this way initially? So, I'm sorry, I'll stop there, but I'm happy to get further into that.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to tender the pages I used. And these are SPOE 400 16011, 16012, SPOE 4016033 and 034, and 16039 and 16040.
Any objection to the book pages?
No objection.
They will all be admitted as recited. Please assign a number.
Your Honors, excerpts from the same book were already used and admitted as P04497. Can I seek for a clarification if we should add these portions as well to already admitted portion, or we should assign the new number?
You wish to be heard?
My preference would be if they go under P04497.
In that case, Your Honors, we're going to add them to P04497. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Avery.
Yes, Your Honor. Should we take the 10-minute break now? Okay. In your statement, you also talked about Hashim Thaçi and how he called for tolerance and supported the democratic multi-party Kosovo. Do you remember that in fall 1999, crimes committed by KLA and KPC members became a significant issue for you?
There, it was the primary concern of UNMIC to stop the violence.
Okay.
Yes.
And as you said in Prep Note 1, 1D00391, paragraph 10 AHT. The UN headquarters instructed you to demarche both Cheku and Thaçi, right?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you remember that the reasoning of the UN headquarters was specifically that such crimes would engage a mixed responsibility?
And there is a backstory to this.
Do you remember this?
Do I remember the
Yes.
instruction?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And do you also remember that you were asked to undertake a thorough investigation?
I'm sorry, to undertake.
A thorough investigation.
Yeah.
In the preparation note 2 at page DHT 12105, you stated that you were aware that of allegations that the KLA was involved in criminal activity. Is that correct?
Sorry, that's,
During your,
I'm sorry, please just repeat that.
yes, sorry, I'll make it simpler. Do you remember ever saying that you were aware of allegations that the KLA was involved in criminal activities?
Certainly aware of allegations, yes.
Thank you. Now, could we please have ERN SPOE 00212721 to 00212737? And we would need to go to page 5. PDF. So you have seen this document before, but this is the version that we are authorized to use in court, so I'll ask you to please not provide details that are covered by redactions. Do you remember that this was specifically prepared to follow up to that UN headquarters request?
It was prepared by staff.
Yes.
To respond to the instruction, yes.
It contained the draft demarches, right?
Yes.
And it also contained some specific incidents involving KLA and KPC members.
Can you refresh?
I will, yes. Can we please go first to PDF page 7? And so these are notes that were prepared for a potential meeting between the SRSG and Thaçi, containing the what the SRSG would have told Thaçi. And you can see at the 5th line, it notes the criminal activities of former KLA members and your supporters are rapidly eroding international support. We have allegations of executions of Albanians from other political parties carried out by people linked to the KLA, as well as numerous threats against Albanians and attacks on Serbs. And then one point down, it is also widely believed that the absence of strong leadership on this issue proves that the ex-KLA leadership tolerates or even approves of revenge and intimidation. Now, if we can go to PDF page 9. These are the incidents that were listed, including, as you can see, 5 ex-KLA threatened to evict families, 26 September, 4 ex-KLA threatened an Albanian, then an attack on 2 men, and so on. Do you remember whether Kushner ever delivered this démarche.
Wrong question.
But can you please answer it anyway?
He did not deliver this démarche as it was drafted by the staff,
Right. So,
because I did not pass it along in this form,
right. So,
because it was not useful as an UNMIC strategy. In the first place, it had Kushner addressing Thaçi as if he were somehow responsible for the KPC. And it simply did not comport with the general strategy we were trying to take. And it was, I worked quite diligently on these talking points, and ultimately we drafted different talking points for Cheku, much more direct, and different points for Thaçi, which were more in keeping with the political role. Specifically, we did not want to in any way suggest that Mr. Thaçi had any responsibility for the KPC.
thank you. I would like to tender the extract from this document into evidence, and this is SPOE 00212725 to 212729.
Any objection?
No objection.
SPOE 00212-725 to 2729 or and 729?
It can be public. Sorry.
No. Are you asking it 725 to 729 or 725 and 729?
725 to 729.
Okay. 725 to 729 is admitted.
Will be assigned exhibit number P04504. It's currently classified as confidential.
It can be public.
Thank you.
Reclassified as public, please.
Do you remember that you set up a task force specifically for KPC KLA crimes?
I'm sorry, just please repeat that.
I'm sorry. Do you recall that you set up a task force specifically for looking into crimes committed by KPC KLA members?
A task force within UNMIC?
Yes.
I don't have a very clear recollection of that. No.
Okay, I'll show you a document to see if
Please.
it refreshes.
I welcome that.
Can we have P04133? So this is a memorandum, interoffice memorandum from UNMIC. The subject is activities and information obtained by the task force in the last 3 weeks. It's dated 6th of November 1999. If we can please scroll down a little bit. A little bit up, so that the first paragraph, yes. And here it notes that they had obtained 7,500 names of former and current.
I'm sorry, what is the date of this document?
6th of November, 1999.
Okay.
And it's noting that they've obtained names of former and current UCK and KPC members. As a result of this investigation, links were established that illegal activities are being conducted by the KPC and high-ranking members of the KPC. And then it lists some of the examples, including kidnappings, assaults, extortion against ethnic Serbs, but also Albanians. If we can move to the PDF, page 4. Yeah, this is the list of some example of the crimes that they are investigating. Does this refresh your memory about this task force?
No, as a matter of fact. I speculate. I said I don't speculate, but I guess this was a task force within Pillar 2, perhaps within the police department, and not something that was within Unmix Central, so to speak. So, no, I don't recall this specifically. Now, the kinds of incidents that are reported here, it's a bit later in the process than I expected to see these, but we can talk when we get to the right point about the process of beginning to sponge up all those people who claimed to have been in the KLA and finding other reintegration places for them, and how this kind of thing tailed off in time. But that's okay.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Your Honor, is this a convenient time for the break?
I note with some concern that we skipped very quickly over the talking points that I did deliver to General Cheku.
Those are in evidence, so they are before the judges.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll take a 10-minute break, witness. And then we will have 50 minutes left today.
I'm sorry, sir.
After the break, we will have 50 minutes, 5-0.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
10 minutes? 50. All right, we're adjourned until 3:40.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, you can bring the witness in. All right, Mr. Covey, we will continue with the questions from the Special Prosecutor's Office.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Covey, in your statement, and yesterday in court as well, you talked about the fact that leaders who call for tolerance put themselves at risk. During your preparation session, you discussed this topic, and you stated that you have no direct knowledge of attacks on Hashim Thaçi because of his calls for tolerance. Is that correct?
I do not have knowledge of attacks on him directly linked to his statements, but I think I was discussing that in the larger context, that such statements, not only in the case of Kosovo, but in peace processes generally, put people severely at risk, politically and often personally.
Thank you. And you discussed this yesterday. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit pressed with time, so I will try to keep you a little bit more focused. So, and you also talked about, yesterday, at page 37, you also talked about Thaçi's animosity towards Rugova. Do you remember that after the first meeting that the SRSG managed to set up between Rugova and Thaçi, Dr. Kushner told you that Thaçi was harsh, even savage, in his verbal attacks on Rugova?
In that meeting, yes.
Yes, thank you. And you also knew that the KLA was targeting or had targeted the LDK and FARC, right?
That the KLA had targeted FARC?
And the LDK.
Yeah, I'm less familiar with targeting of NDK, but yes, I'm well aware that they were, that there were reports of them targeting FARC.
Thank you. The SRSG also wrote about this issue. Could we please have SPOE 00403545 to 403566 and its English translation? And if we could please go to PDF page 7 in both languages, which is SPOE 00403551. Here, regarding his discussion with Rugova, he wrote, if we can focus, please, on the first half of the page, the paragraph with pleasantries. The second half of this paragraph, where he states, the resistors, that's what I'm going to read. The resistors, Thaçi's KLA, who had taken the risk of going underground and taking up arms, intended to occupy all the key positions in the country. And the collaborators, even if in this case they were the ones who had launched a peaceful war of liberation, began to tremble. War was open between these two main factions and implied the risk of violent death, a constant threat to oneself and one's family. I was absolutely determined to avoid such a confrontation. And then, if we go to the page next to this, zooming out a little bit. No, not the next page, it's just the same page, but the book page next to it. So we should still be on PDF page 7. Yeah. The second part of the screen, yes, if you can focus on the second paragraph. Here he says, no, up, thank you. I had to convince Thaçi, the man of the armed resistance. And then he continues. His generation was one of intransigence. He had not participated in peaceful combats and considered Rugova's activities as complicity with Milosevic regime. And a few lines after, Hashim Thaçi emerged from the war believing it was his victory, not that of NATO's airstrikes. He benefited from American support and suffered from European mistrust and French distrust, fueled by the impunity for the crimes attributed to the KLA and various trafficking, particularly that of weapons in which certain guerrilla members were allegedly involved. Do you agree with this description of the relationship between the KLA and the LDK?
Yes, with Bernard's occasional poetic license in describing it, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to tender this page, SPOE 00403551, into evidence.
Any objection to that page?
As long as, can we just scroll down to the bottom of the page, please? No, I have no objection. Thank you.
And if it can be attached to the main exhibit for...
SPOE 00403551 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors, and will be assigned, actually it will be added to already assigned exhibit number P04488, classified as confidential as previous pages. Apologies, I just realized that I misread the number. It's P04498. Thank you, Your Honors.
Do you recall writing something similar in your book? So could we please have again SPOE 00397775? And if we can please go to PDF page 36. And focus on the bottom of the book, page 100. So that's on the page on the left side of the screen. Penultimate paragraph. Here you wrote, at the same time, a less obvious bitter struggle inside Kosovo was going on within the majority ethnic Albanian community between the emergent KLA and supporters of Ibrahim Rugova's LDK. These were your words in 2005, correct?
Yes.
And if we can go to the same PDF page, but on the other side, up to the third paragraph. The paragraph starting over time. Here you wrote, over time it became more and more apparent that this was not simply a heated political argument. KLA extremists would use any necessary means to displace Rugova and his LDK party apparatus, as well as to be acknowledged as heroes and the guarantors of Kosovo's future's independence. KLA fighters saw the LDK's military arm, the armed forces of the Republic of Kosovo, FARC, as nearly as much of an enemy as the dreaded Serb special forces. Even during the war, the KLA had attacked the FARC. In the vacuum that followed, the KLA's ruthless campaign against the LDK continued. Were these your words?
Yes, bearing in mind that, as described elsewhere, the KLA was a diffuse an organization, actually not an organization, it was a diffuse movement made up of a number of regional zone commanders. But this described what was being done as we understood it by personnel associated with the KLA movement.
Thank you. Now, you provided an example of this violence. So if we could go to PDF page 35, this is SPOE 00397809. If we can focus on the part in italics, yes. Here talking about the engagement of Kushner with Rugova, the second part, the second paragraph, you noted Rugova's fears, and you wrote that 5 of Rugova's bodyguards had been apprehended and tortured by KLA operatives under the command of Daoud Aradinai. These words reflect what you learned, correct?
This is what we learned in various exchanges over time with K4.
Thank you. Could I please tender SPOE 00397809? Because the rest is admitted already.
Any objection?
No objection.
SPOE 00397809 is admitted.
And will be added to, actually it will be assigned exhibit number P04496.5. And as previous ones were classified as public, should this
Yes.
remain? Thank you.
Reclassified as public.
In the interest of full disclosure, I would say that my use of the term civil war, looking back on it now, that's more than I would say.
Thank you.
But open conflict, yes.
Thank you. So, do you recall, while you were in Kosovo, do you recall receiving reports of KLA targeting LDK members?
We received reports of people targeting LDK people who were believed to be KLA supporters or former KLA individuals.
Okay. Do you recall that you set up an initiative to monitor politically motivated acts at that time?
Not as you describe it. Maybe you have something that will refresh.
You can describe it. Was it a task force?
I'm sorry, I don't have a clear recollection of such a task force, but I don't dispute that it may have existed.
Okay. Do you also recall the assassinations of LDK members at the time? Do you recall, for example, the murder of Jemail Mustafa?
In the run-up to the elections, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and I think I put out a statement on that occasion.
Yes, yes, you did. I will show it to you, since you remember that CRN SPOE 00397223. Could we have it on the screen? So this is a Washington Post article dated 24th of November 2000, and it's reporting about the assassination of LDK member Jemail Mustafa. Here, if we can please scroll down the paragraph before last. Here it says, U.S. diplomat Joe Covey said this is a contemptible and cowardly act by extremists who want to undermine Kosovo's move to democracy. Is that the statement you were referring to?
That quote is from the statement that we put out. I didn't scan the rest of that article. Jeff Smith is not my favorite reporter. He tended to work a thesis rather than the facts.
Thank you. I would like to tender this document into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
SPOE 003972223 is admitted.
You do remember, sorry.
Apologies. SPOE 003972223 to 003972224 will be assigned exhibit number P04505, and it's currently classified as confidential.
It can be public. Now, you do remember that Hashim Thaçi founded the PDK, right?
Yes.
During the preparation session, and this is at paragraph 14 of preparation note 2, you talked about a portion of your book where you wrote that Thaçi had not demonstrated a credible commitment to anything like democracy, and you explained that you meant that since he hadn't covered executive positions before, he had not been able to demonstrate such a commitment.
The emphasis is on demonstration.
Thank you. So I'll show you that part again. So if we can take the book again, SPOE 00397775. And if we can please go to page SPOE 00397813. It's already admitted as P04496.4. No, that's not the correct ERN number. 04. Next page. Yeah, thank you. And if you can focus on mediating conflict incrementally on the other side. Yeah. Thank you. Here you wrote, from the outset, a key element of AMIC's mediation effort was bringing a full range of leaders into a political process that would transform conflict. And the next sentence, when even the most tolerant Albanian representatives were unable to repudiate the murders of 14 Serb farmers, however, even the most moderate Serbs abandoned the process entirely. And next paragraph. ANMIC decided to focus on the Albanian rivals. And then if we can scroll down a little bit. Yes. In these first months, the Albanian factions were too concerned about outflanking each other to work with AMIC. Thaçi was forceful and demanding, but had little experience and no apparatus, and he had not demonstrated a credible commitment to anything like democracy. Rugova's LDK had far more adherents, along with years of experience in providing basic social services and running elections. The LDK was by nature passive, however, and Rugova was out of the country and mortally afraid to return. ANMIC could not simply pick a winner. The PDK would not accept being sidelined. Choosing the LDK would clearly initiate a civil war. Neither the majority of Albanians, if we can go to the next page, please. Yes, then I'll call up. Apologies. Can we have SPOE 00397775? And can we please go to first to page, SPOE 00397813. Yeah, I'll reread this last part. ANMIC could not simply pick a winner. The PDK would not accept being sidelined. Choosing the LDK would clearly initiate a civil war. Now, if we can go to the next page. Neither the majority of Albanians nor the international community could countenance simply anointing the PDK. So undemocratic was its image. Those were your words in 2005, correct?
With the emphasis on image.
Thank you. I would like to tender this last page and have it added to the rest of the book.
Objection?
No objection.
The page is 003978813.
It's 397814. 13 is already admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. It will be admitted as P04496.6, and I guess it's going to be public.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Covey, thank you so much for your patience. I don't have further questions for you today.
Thank you, Counselor.
Is there a redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, there is redirect, but we were told that they were taking the rest of the day. So I can start, but I would ask for some leave to add some documents after court because we weren't anticipating having to release a queue now.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I didn't hear that.
We might as well, excuse me, we might as well use the 20 minutes.
Yes,
so.
thank you. Okay, well, so I'm told we'll release a partial queue now, and then we'd ask for leave to add to the queue later. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for accommodating us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Covey.
Good afternoon.
I have some questions for you on redirect examination, and then I'll continue tomorrow. You, at page 39 of today's transcript, you said you wanted to say something about the role of a diplomat and how we arrive at our judgments. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So you didn't have an opportunity, so I'm giving you an opportunity now to say what you wanted to say.
It is the the duty, the role of a court to, as much as possible, gather empirical evidence. So it may come as a bit confusing that that's not at all how diplomats, peacemakers proceed and how they reach their conclusions. Diplomats know from the outset they will almost never know the full story. They have to reach judgments, make strategies, and advise their governments on the basis of necessarily incomplete information. Many of the documents that have been shared in the last 2 days were not available to us or became available at some other time, or were buried in a stack of papers that someone like me would be grinding through at midnight, looking for trouble, not necessarily building a database. Trouble meaning conflicts within the mission, issues not being addressed, issues that were being carelessly addressed, and so on. So even documents that passed before my eyes may not have got the attention at the time that they would have received in the last few days. That said, our job is not necessarily to make a purely data-driven assessment. When confronting a new situation, a new assignment to a country, a new political system, you're always presented with a roadmap of titles and responsibilities and self-aggrandizing claims to influence and so on. But it's our job to try to figure out what are the real paths of authority, who really influences whom, who, without having what intelligence people would call indications of intent. You can only, by indirection and what some would call Fingerspitzengefühl, try to assess what you have in front of you. So this comes to the question of Mr. Thaçi. There's a lot on the record that he has said. But we were confronted by a bundle of contradictions. A person who had, almost by default, ended up as the head of a provisional government, which was no longer valid in the face of UNMIC's mandate, but who was astonishingly young at the time, inexperienced in real politics, that is, the politics of getting people to vote, with no real executive experience, and whose sometimes harsh rhetoric was belied by a very soft-spoken manner. We assessed early on that he was still very much trying roles on for size. He was very ambitious, clearly very bright, with very little real-world experience in these matters, and working his way by feel towards an ambition that he we doubted he could actually write, but he hoped to achieve. So our judgment from the beginning was that it seemed absolutely self-evident to us that this person sitting in front of us was not a fighter. And I don't think the record shows that this is a man who ever fired a shot in anger. But even that would be irrelevant. This was not the nature of the person we were confronting in our experience. And Bernard and I were not neophytes at this. We spent half a lifetime with people trying to tell us what they think we want to know. So we assessed very early on that not a fighter, and probably not the person who would have the deep respect of the people who actually fought and bled and lost their comrades. So that's where I am very uncomfortable with this long recitation of documents that say this and say that and say the other thing. They don't deal with the person we found in front of us, and they don't deal with the process in which we were engaged, which was as we say, the analyst, and perhaps the jurist, tells things as they are. But it is the job of the statesman to change the things that are. And that was what we felt was our duty, without regard to adjudicating past history.
Thank you. Okay. On that line of thought, if we could please go to your book, which is which you discussed in cross-examination, P04496.4, please. And if we go to page SPOE 00397-813, please. To the top of the page, please. And you asked that sentence, that first full sentence at the top of page 107. It had never been easy for Thaçi to work with the KLA field commanders. Now, you wrote that in 2005, correct?
Yes.
And tell us, again, I guess let me rephrase the question. You were obviously aware that, again, let me rephrase. What is the basis of that conclusion? And you don't need to repeat your evidence, but is it what you've testified here today and over the course of your testimony?
It was the sum total of our impressions, both. It starts with comments by K4 personnel about the disregard with which some KLA zone commanders held Mr. Thaçi. It continues with our assessment of his personality and theirs. And it came very forcefully to a point in the meeting we described, which vividly confirmed for us what we had come to believe all along, that his relationship with the driving members of the KLA movement did not regard him as commander and would not have sought his guidance or reported their activities to him.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you a few questions before we finish. We have about 10 minutes left about one of those field commanders, and that's, you were asked several questions about him, Sami Lushtaku. Now, you were asked a whole series of questions about the process of arresting or not arresting Mr. Lushtaku. My first question to you is, did you and Mr. Kushner turn a blind eye to crimes?
No.
Did you, and I'll use the word coddle, or did you not approach Mr. Thaçi for fear of violent reaction in Kosovo?
No. The discussions of Mr. Thaçi and the discussions of Mr. Lushtaku are totally different. It vastly oversimplifying it. We had no illusion that Mr. Lushtaku was reformable. And we had every expectation that if we were careful and thoughtful in our work, that Mr. Thaçi could be brought to see that his interests lay in working with UNMIK, in fostering a tolerant environment which would be safe for minorities and so on, that he could be brought around. Even though it was not clear at the very outset that he had any real regard for UNMIK at all.
Mr. Kobe, just for the transcript, you said it vastly oversimplifying it. We had no, and then there's a word missing, reformable.
Oh, we had no illusions that Sami Lushtaku was reformable.
Understood.
That was in terms of the process we're describing, he would not be a target.
Did Mr. Thaçi have the de facto ability to punish someone like Sami Lushtaku in your assessment?
No. That would have required much more support from the other, from the rest of the KLA movement, the other zone commanders, and he did not have that kind of relationship or support. I doubt. Okay, you didn't ask the question, so I don't know who could have.
Thank you. I'd like to call up a document from our just released queue, DHT 12157 to DHT 12157. This is a news report from the 25th of August, 1999, from Cohaditore, and it reports about the creation of a new party, which I discussed with you yesterday. You'll recall that I talked about the party created by Bardal Mahmouti and several political parties splintering from what was the KLA. And it says, the commander of the National Guard, Suleiman Salimi Sultani, and the commander of the operational zone of Drenica, Sami Lushtaku, visited the headquarters of the Democratic Union Party, PBD, in Pristina on Monday, August 23rd. They were received by the leader of the PBD, Bardal Mahmouti, Pleurat Seydiu, and Halit Salimi, as well as by members of the presidency, according to a press release from the PBD. And it talks about how Suleiman Salimi and Sami Lushtaku were visiting this new political party. Now, I'll ask you, were you aware that the former zone commanders were engaged with a political party in August of 1999 that was not Mr. Thaçi's political party?
I think we must have, at some level, been aware, but it was not in the, what was clear was that Mr. Thaçi had not yet really fully consolidated the support of former KLA who were ready to turn towards democracy, towards a political approach, that he had not really pulled that together.
Thank you. Mr. President, I tender DHT 12157 to DHT 12157.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
DHT 12157 to 12157 is admitted. Please assign a number.
It will be assigned exhibit number 1D00421, and it's currently classified as public. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can this be reclassified?
Yes, as public, yes.
Reclassified as public.
Thank you. I will end the day, if I can just have a moment to find the admitted exhibit number of the O'Neill book.
I can provide the ERN, but I don't have the P number because it wasn't, I have to tender it
Oh, I thought it was
by
tendered.
email.
Oh, that's right. Okay, then let me, if you could please provide the ERN. I'm sorry, I have the page ERN, but not the full range.
The full range is 052690 to 052841.
Thank you, Counsel.
Apologies, is it the document that should be shown?
That should be, yes.
Thank you.
And if we could please go to page 052748, please. You recall the author is William O'Neill from the OSCE mission.
I recall the name. I don't.
I'm just orienting you as to
Yes.
who he is. If we could scroll, you were shown the top of this page, but I'd like to show you the bottom of the page and give you a fair opportunity to comment. If we could scroll down, please. A little bit higher for that, so we can start with that other paragraph. That's it. It says, some in UNMIC even questioned whether the violence was indeed planned. They asserted that these incidents were random, spontaneous outbursts of an aggrieved people against their former oppressors. The SRSG's foreword to the OSCE report reflected the debate within UNMIC on this question. The initial draft by the SRSG's Human Rights Office stated that, quote, armed groups seem to operate in an organized fashion and have some form of hierarchy, command, and control. Close quote. A paragraph drafted by others in the SRSG's office several pages later contradicts this assertion, saying, quote, the crimes we see are acts of individuals, close quote. Excuses were made for the UÇK and its leaders, especially Hashim Thaçi and Agim Çeku, when case after case documented by the OSCE, CIVPOL, and KFOR showed that UÇK and former UÇK members were implicated in most of the serious incidents. The response was, and I'll slow down for a minute, even if it is the UÇK, we don't know if it is. It could be just people wearing UÇK uniforms. It's not Thaçi's or Çeku's fault because they can't control these guys. The alleged lack of control over rogue elements is a frequent alibi for insurgents, commonly known as plausible deniability, and begs a larger question. If Thaçi, Haradinaj, Çeku, and others could not control their people, then why was anyone wasting any time talking to them? And then something about the Serb community, if we could scroll down, please. While regional loyalties and clan identification made the UÇK less of a well-oiled and totally disciplined, and if we can go to the top of the next page, please, machine than the German Wehrmacht, neither was it the loose amalgam of uncontrollable bands that its now former leaders or apologists would like people to believe. I believe you should have a fair opportunity, Mr. Covey, to comment on what was admitted into evidence. So do you have any thoughts on Mr. O'Neill's assertions?
I'm glad that we had passionately committed people to pursue human rights issues within the UNMIK family. But these kinds of tensions, moral and intellectual, within the organization are absolutely typical. And both sides tend to see it as binary. It's either individual or it's part of a larger conspiracy. And the truth is often that it's both. But the truth is also that what we're trying to do is eliminate the acts. And our primary focus was basically to depopulate that segment that might be committing such acts, both by providing an outlet in the form of the KPC, positions in the police, positions in private industry, whatever, that is future employment for people who at that point knew little more than farming and fighting. And at the same time, squeezing to deter, to detain, to capture, and it did not go smoothly.
What about his assertions that Mr. Çeku and Mr. Thaçi had control over these crimes?
That's, Mr. Çeku certainly was respected. And on certain issues, at certain times, in certain places, he had a lot of influence. But our take at the time was, there's some pretty tough guys out there. And they had their own issues, their own interests to serve. Some of them were basically rackets of one kind or another, as we understood it. And that was hard to give up. Others believed passionately in independence and thought it hadn't been properly served.
And what about Mr. Thaçi?
Mr. Thaçi had no control.
Thank you.
He simply, I mean, that was our assessment, that
we're ending the day, so I just have my last question. What about any implication that you or Mr. Kushner were whitewashing the KLA or the leadership of the KLA?
It was very frustrating for people who were this committed to justice to see that we were being pragmatic about events and a larger process. I realize we're running out of time. I hope we can also address some of the instances in which Mr. Thaçi appeared to advocate on behalf of, though we would say carry water for the KLA.
We are getting
But
into that
that's for
in
a
the
later
morning.
discussion.
We'll get into that in the morning. Thank
Okay.
you, and I'll see you in the morning.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Didn't have my mic on. Thank you for being with us today. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock and proceed accordingly. Thank you. Do not speak with anyone outside the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.